right. Aloha and welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining in for our Inspirational Team Tarot Reading and Patreon Goal Quest live broadcast. My name is Brendan, aka Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon, Wolf Shield. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of this team, a part of this community, a part of this sacred digital space for us to be able to come together, to be able to practice sharing inspiration, to be able to practice having important dialogue and conversation, and to be able to use the magic of tarot to be able to check in with what insights the universe has for us in this moment. So for those of you who are here, go ahead, get yourself comfortable. I'll give you a bit of an introduction. Just give me 2 seconds here as I'm just going to pull up the live broadcast feed for people tuning in on all platforms. So again, we're broadcasting on Facebook, we're broadcasting on YouTube, we're broadcasting on Twitch, on Instagram, and on TikTok. And for those of you tuned in on Instagram and TikTok, you'll notice the layout. How do you like it? Did you guys like the sun over my shoulder? Like it's that time of day. We got like a perfect, look at that ball of sun that I brought with us here into the broadcast. For those of you tuned in on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, do me a favor, drop an 1111 in the chat just to confirm that you guys can hear me okay. And we're gonna get rolling into this in the next couple moments and get right into our first reading. Tarot, and I'll give you a bit of an overview in terms of what to be able to expect. So again, if you are tuned in on TikTok and Instagram, go ahead, get yourself comfortable, but at the same time, please feel free to jump over to YouTube. So I'm just taking a look here to be able to make sure that things look good. So it says, yeah, live on YouTube. Look up my YouTube profile, Skull Babylon. My link is in my profile, so you can follow it from there as well. And I'm just gonna set things up here so that I can see all the amazing comments in the chats from all platforms here. So sounds like things are coming through clearly. Sweet, awesome. This is exciting because this is like the first time that we've kind of used this full degree of setup on all platforms. So thank you again, everyone, for your support. Like, you guys help make this possible. You really do. So yes, who's ready to do some tarot? Drop those 1111s in the chat if you haven't already yet. If you already dropped them, just drop as many 1111s as you want. That's all good. All right, so for those of you who may be new here, my name is Brendan, Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon. I've been creating conscious media for over 10 years. And one of the things that I'm really passionate about is being able to help create sacred digital space, to be able to help create space where we can practice having conversation, having discussion about consciousness, metaphysics, spirituality, and inspiring each other as a global team of shifters, people who are actively helping assist with the shift in consciousness. So the intention for this broadcast is to be able to practice using tarot, something that I've done plenty of times throughout the past, like something that we've done many broadcasts of, but this is the first broadcast that we've done in quite a few months. So I'm actually pretty excited to be able to dive back into this. And so what we are going to be doing for this broadcast is that these are going to be what I refer to as team tarot readings. So we're going to kind of create a format where people can interact in the chat, but these won't necessarily be readings specifically for one person. This is an opportunity for us to be able to practice using the cards to be able to basically like receive a collective message for the group, for the team, like basically dropping into that intention. Show us what we need to see. What is it that we need to hear within this moment? And then from there, I'll do my best where basically like we pull the card and then I'll read from the book and then I'm going to extrapolate on that and basically just kind of like practice riffing. And again, the intention behind this is to be able to extract as many inspirational messages as we can. So this is just practice for me, like keeping that in mind. So I appreciate everybody being a part of this. And so again, what we're going to be doing here, we're working towards our Patreon goal. You can see our Patreon goal right here on screen. We're working towards 150. We're currently at 145. Thank you to our newest Patreon supporters, Astra, to Roots, to Rachel, to Haley. Some of them are in the chat. And so again, Patreon, for those of you who aren't familiar, damn, I'm loving that sun. Aren't you guys just like, It's so powerful, right? So we're gonna get into our first reading in the next moment, but what I'll do here, I'll just explain to you real quick. So again, Patreon is a website where people can support various types of artists with monthly contributions, and in return get really cool rewards and perks and benefits. So I've been creating my Patreon. I built it like way back in the day, back in like 2015, 16. And again, like the work that I do here as a conscious media creator, as a community facilitator, as a content creator, for those of you who, you know, if you're seeing my videos on TikTok and everything like that, you know, you guys have obviously like enjoyed them and you're getting like pretty familiar with them. And so again, that is made possible thanks to the support of people on Patreon who continue to allow me to do this month and month and month again. And so real quick, I'm just going to explain this as I'm just pulling up the Patreon, or sorry, the TikTok chat. So for those of you tuned in on TikTok, and for those of you tuned in on any platform, I can see your comments. So I'm keeping an eye on the comments to the best of my ability. And yeah, I can see the comments literally on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram. I got like, this is Paradigm Shift Central. It's all like digital technology. It's crazy. All right, so anyways, our goal tonight is to be able to work towards our next milestone of our Patreon sign up, so 150. So again, you can sign up on Patreon for an amount that works for you. When you sign up at the $11 level, that gives you access as a leading member, which is basically our private membership community. And so within our private membership community, we have a private team chat. You have the ability to join our on-air broadcast. We have collaborative team meetings for conscious media creators. So it's really something that you can join if you're just like looking to be able to connect with other like-minded people, but very specifically, it's a great thing to be able to join if you are already a conscious media creator or thinking about becoming one. And then you also have access to me as a conscious media creation coach. And you also get discount for items from the shop, such as the beautiful Light Guardian crystals. You get 25% discount on those, on the buttons. Where's my button? There it is. This is a Metatron Cube button. The shirts, the discounts don't apply for the shirts, but again, you'll still be able to check them out and stuff like that. So with that said, let's get right into our first reading, and let's just keep doing readings. And when we do get a new Patreon sign up, we'll do special readings from the Lightworker Oracle deck. So for each Patreon sign up, we'll use the Lightworker Oracle deck, and this has got some like super potent dope stuff. So regardless, this is just about us coming together, having fun, connecting in the chat, hanging out as community, and allowing ourselves to just kind of like see what inspiration comes through in this moment. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move through the chats, and we're gonna kind of allow a different person from each chat to be able to help practice kind of like facilitating the draw. And so what I'm gonna do, this is gonna sound silly, but I'm going to pick a number between 1 and, let's say 1 and 33. And for the people in the YouTube chat, I'm going to invite you to start trying to guess what number that is. Don't start doing it yet. And the first person to guess that number, you're going to help me draw the card. Now you can say like, oh, like this reading's for me. It is for you, but it's also for the collective. So again, when we're doing the readings, it's like about the team that we're pulling the card for as well. So again, we'll just kind of play with it. For those of you tuned in on TikTok and for those of you tuned in on Instagram, first of all, I love you. You're adorable. Thank you so much for being here. Dude, that sun is so ripe. Oh, I just want to eat it. Don't you guys like love that light, man? And this is a view from my new apartment, right? So, okay, so what we're going to do here, I am going to tell you to start guessing the number in the chat. You can literally you get 3 guesses each. 3 guesses each. No more than 3 guesses, unless somehow we need to do more. Okay, we'll figure this out. We're just kind of playing it by ear. For those of you joined in on TikTok, join in on YouTube if you want. You can see I think the font is cut off on TikTok, but for those of you on TikTok, click the link in my profile to be able to join in on YouTube. So again, the intention here is to hang out as a team, to grow as a team, to cultivate inspiration, and to use the magic of the cards to be able to see what messages they have for us in this moment. And again, to be able to reach our Patreon goals. So when someone signs up for the Patreon, if you're signing up for it, like tell me, and then we can be like, yeah, and then we'll give you shout outs and everything like that. And then you can be the next person to help facilitate the next draw if you want. So with that said, let's get right into our first reading, and I'll keep an eye on any new Patreon signups as they come in. So I'm going to stay on here. I don't know. We'll see how long this goes. Like, again, I want to stay on here until we reach our next milestone of the 150 on Patreon. So, all right, let me just get things all set up here. I think it's pretty good. Okay, cool. Now I can see things properly. Beauty, beauty. All right, okay. All right. Let me pick a number between 1 and 33. Okay, I have the number. For those of you on YouTube, start making your guesses. You get 3 guesses. For those of you on TikTok, we're gonna get you guys to guess next, but if you want to start guessing now, jump over to YouTube. Click the link in my profile. For those of you on YouTube, like, click the link in my profile and you'll be able to join. So for those of you on YouTube, guess the number between 1 and 33. First one to get it will help us facilitate the first card draw. So and I'm not going to cheat you guys out. Like, I've already picked the number. Like, I'm going to be honest here. So here they come. Here come the numbers. This is my sound effects. What is this? Keep going. I'll tell you when you got it. I'll tell you when you got it. You got 3 guesses each. If no one gets it after the 3 guesses, then we'll implement an additional guess. Oh, here they go. You guys are after it. You guys are getting feisty. No one's got it yet. I'm surprised no one has got it yet. It's kind of like this obscure number. It wouldn't be the first number you would think of. Like, I know people are going to be like, oh, what? Like, I don't know. It's like this invisible number. It's not 0 though. I'm not going to cheat you guys out. And it's not 1 either. And it's not 33. I'm helping you guys out here. No one's got it yet. No one's got it yet. Keep going. Keep going, team. All right. If you've already guessed 3 times, just keep guessing. For those of you on anything but YouTube, jump over to YouTube to take part in the guessing. The guessing is just happening on YouTube right now. So tune in on YouTube if you haven't yet. Again, youtube.com/SkullBabylon. The link's in the video info for those of you on Facebook. No one's got it yet. Keep guessing, team. Keep guessing. It's like 5 hours later. It's like, have we run out of numbers yet? No one's got it yet. How I'm double checking. How is, like, no one has, there's been more than 30 guesses and no one has got it yet. And you guys are like repeating your numbers at this point. Wow, this is a good number I chose. This is like a ninja number. No one's got it yet. I'm not joking either. You guys are like, God damn it, 30, 32, 1, 2, 3. Ah. No one's got it. Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. So close. Oh, it's so close. You guys are so close. You're like narrowing in on it. I can tell. Just drop those guesses. Like, I don't care. You've already, for those of you who've done more than 3, no one's got it yet. You guys are literally going to have to look through the chat and be like, what number has not been said yet? I am surprised no one has got it yet. This is amusing. I am so amused right now at the fact that no one has guessed this number yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. Like, I'm not cheating you guys out. Literally, just no one has got it yet. What is going on? There it is. 16. That was the number. Jillian got it. Jillian, congratulations. Jillian, who is also one of our Patreon supporters already. So thank you, Jillian. All right, everybody, you can stop now. I feel like you're just gonna get into like this, just keep guessing, and it's like, so it was 16. So again, I know there's like a bit of a delay on the feed, so Jillian was the first person to drop 16. Wow, that was a lot of guesses. Okay, everybody calm down, take a breath. Let's get ready to move into this practice for the meditation. For those of you tuned in on TikTok, jump over to YouTube so you can join the YouTube chat there. Same with for those of you on Instagram, and for those of you on Facebook, jump over to the YouTube chat there. That was actually really amusing. I am quite amazed that it took like 50 guesses before someone got it. So, hey, that was fun. I'm laughing. All right, let's do this. Okay, so Jillian, what I'm gonna do, I'm basically going to be able to invite you to kind of like, I'm gonna invite everyone. I want to invite everyone to kind of like drop into this space where we're gonna project our intentions. We're gonna project our intentions basically towards the idea of like, show us what we need to see. And so Jillian, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of like set things up, and basically I'm gonna kind of like do my special like magic with the cards, and then you're going to say now. You're gonna type now into the chat, and then when you type now, that's when I'm gonna pull the card. So you're gonna be like splitting the deck. You're gonna do this, and I'm gonna say, and then you're gonna type it, and then we're gonna boom, and then I'm gonna split the deck. So don't do it yet. Wait for my instructions. All right, Jillian is ready. Okay, so for everybody here, allow yourself to just kind of take a moment here. Like, again, this is a practice. This is a cool practice where we get to like just practice kind of like doing this tarot reading together. And we've done this before. We've done lots of readings like this. So like, believe me, when we do it like this, it's a really cool way to like see what intentions come through. So just charging the deck with the Light Guardian Crystal. All right, okay, so for everybody here, just take a moment here to breathe. Just allow yourself to take a couple breaths here, deep, gentle inhales. And soft, gentle exhales. And so, Jillian, as you're in this space, I want you to be able to allow yourself to bring your awareness to your heart. For everybody here, please feel free to join in. Bring your awareness to your heart, bring your space into this place of gratitude, into this place of community, connection. And so I'm going to start charging the deck here, shuffling it up. And then I'm going to do some like magic noises. And now, Jillian, I want you to be able to speak the intention, show us what we need to see. I want you to speak it with your heart, speak it with your mind, speak it with your voice. And when you are ready, Jillian, type now into the chat. So everybody else, just ease off the chat. And oh, what a joy it is for us to be here within this place of community, to be able to work with the cards, to see what we can get, to allow ourselves to see how things will unfold. And yet we continue to awaken to more within this path as we wait for Jillian to say now, and we will see what message the cards have. So once Jillian types that now into the chat, there's a bit of a delay, so it's okay. Then we will pull the card and see what message the universe has. Now, says Jillian. And the deck is split. The card is pulled. Like doing kind of like a play-by-play. And he splits the deck and the card is pulled and the message is coming down from the stars. And the first card that we have for us here today on our inaugural Team Tarot reading broadcast, woo, is, woo, da-na-na-na, Swords 8. So give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to open up the book. I'll show you what it is exactly. And then we're going to read from the book. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about it. So again, you know, when we do these readings, when I do these readings, everyone's got their own style of doing readings. And, you know, I honor that. And again, you know, I hope that me doing this broadcast will perhaps inspire some other people to do work with tarot in their own way. And so when I do this, like when I do these readings, these aren't like a psychic reading. They're not like a fortune telling reading in its own way. This is a chance for us to be able to work with the cards, to be able to bring forth a message of inspiration, to be able to help give us clarity and insight on our next steps. So give me 2 seconds here. I just have to blow my nose. I'll be right back. Duh, I have to unmute my microphone. Thanks, team. As I was saying, first of all, I was just saying, oh, the sun's going to bed. Say goodnight to the sun, everyone. Say goodnight to the sun. There we go. So, all right. So again, with these readings, again, this isn't like a fortune telling. This isn't like a psychic reading. This is us using the cards to be able to bring forth a message of inspiration, clarity, something to assist us on our journey, something that's going to give us a reflection for us to be able to see more of ourselves. So for Jillian, for anybody here who's tuned into this, if you're tuned in right now, this message is for you. So I love reading your guys' comments. You're like, Brendan, we can't hear you. We can't, because there's like a 30-second delay or whatever, right? So read my lip. Yeah, there you go. All right, again, thank you everyone so much for being here. And yeah, let's get right into this. And this, we'll just kind of, this reading will take as long as it needs to, but let's keep an eye open for that next Patreon supporter. So for those of you who are tuned in, If you're in a position to support on Patreon, please go for it. Add your support to the Patreon. And for everybody else, then yeah, just stick around and enjoy the company that we have here as a team. So, all right, let's do this. So just looking at the card visually, what do we have? So up in the sky, swords 8. So we have 8 swords and they're pointing in opposite directions. You got, you know, like 4 facing one way, 4 facing the other way. I'm just explaining it literally. And these swords are kind of translucent. They're in like kind of like a starry landscape high above the clouds in like the higher atmosphere. And yeah, that's basically as simple as I need to explain it for the visual aspect of it. Okay. 8 of Swords. I'm going to use my special tarot reading voice. So, all right, here we go. So everybody here, just allow yourself to listen. Be present in this moment. 8 of Swords. The image. Before the backdrop of a clear starry sky, 8 swords hover in even distance to one another and point in opposite directions. Meaning, now that man has come to recognize his creative abilities through which he creates his own reality, in the next level he is concerned with recognizing his position as an individual within creation and thereby acknowledging the limitations that hinder him in self-realization. The mind can set man free as well as enslave him. Let me reread that again. The mind can set man free as well as enslave him. Having succumbed to the world of senses, man becomes fettered with reason. If he is reduced to clinging to superficial wishes in self-serving manner, the results are envy, hate, and jealousy, as well as their effects, pain, and suffering. First, critical self-observation, which goes beyond superficialities, allows the process of acknowledgement to transform into knowing, thereby creating the conditions for release from self-limitations. I'm going to reread that. Again, for everybody who's here, like, if you're tuned in here, you're here to receive this message. So, like, help us decipher this in, like, a way that, you know, resonates with you. I'm going to reread that again. First, critical self-observation, which goes beyond superficialities, allows the process of acknowledgement to transform into knowing, thereby creating the conditions for release from self-limitations. Experiencing his own identity, man can get back in touch with the disposition and innocence of his inner child and formulate solid intents for the creation of his reality. Astrological significance. Mercury, Mars, Saturn, square, and semi-square aspects. Keywords: critical self-observation, inner reflection, contemplative observation, inner work, recognizing self-limitations, formulating ideas, developing talents, and gift. Traditional meaning: inner collection, concentration, release from negative thoughts, fulfillment of desires, letting go of outer compulsions, separations. Before I get any further, for those of you who are curious, the deck that I'm working with, this is the Ananda Tarot deck. That's what this one's called, for those of you who are curious. Okay, let me just make a slight adjustment here. All right. Okay, cool. All right, thanks again, everyone, for joining in. It's fun being here and hanging out with you. Okay, so 8 of Swords. Okay, so from here, I'm going to kind of like extrapolate and just kind of draw from this inspiration. So this is actually a really, really powerful card. And I think this card right now is a great card to be able to receive, because this card, again, is all about self-observation. And so when you think about the journey, the spiritual journey, the journey of awakening our consciousness, this can be summed up in a very simple but very powerful way. The journey is about knowing thyself. Know thyself. Noscite ipsum. Within the Matrix, there's a scene when Neo walks in, and he's inside the Matrix, he walks into the Oracle's house, and above the door, it literally says Noscite ipsum. And so this idea of, again, kind of like meeting the Oracle is a process of knowing thyself. And so we are our own Oracle. We are our own kind of like, you know, we have answers within inside of us, and it is through this process of getting to know ourselves that we allow ourselves to be able to connect more with the clarity of our own heart, with the wisdom of our own heart. So this card is really, again, encouraging us and reminding us about the importance of inner reflection, the importance of self-observation, and not just self-observation, but critical self-observation. to really get even like almost stern with yourself. Like to become like there's a phrase to basically be like a sentry during a time of war. And a sentry would be like the one on a tower, and they are the ones that are kind of looking out over the landscape. And so if it was a time of war, say if like an enemy was coming over the horizon, the sentry would need to be alert for that, because they would see them and be like, oh, like there's the, like sound the alarms and everything like that. This metaphor applies in the same way of how we can observe our own thoughts. Do we just kind of like let thoughts and actions kind of move through us without really thinking about them? And then we're just like, nah, 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 nah. And then next thing we know, we're like weeks deep into a habit that hasn't really been fulfilling us, or we're week deep into some kind of relationship, not even with a person, but it can be like, again, like with a way of being that isn't really nurturing our soul. So we need to be critically observant as we kind of move through this process of refining our actions, refining our habits, refining our thoughts. And it is through this process that we go through essentially the inner work, the transformation of lead to gold, the alchemical process. One of the best things that we have to keep in mind is that in order to be able to begin awakening, we have to be able to acknowledge that we are already asleep, that there is a part of us that is already asleep. And so how do we awaken that? By training ourselves to observe it, by training ourselves to create new habits, by training ourselves to be able to recognize our self-limiting beliefs and then dissolving them. And so for anybody listening to this, not just specifically for Jillian, for anybody listening to this as a team reading, let us be reminded of this card. Let this card remind us to just be able to take the time to reflect. What self-limiting thoughts do we have? And we all have them, because that is something that has kind of been programmed into us. Some of us may have less than others, but it is something that takes years and it takes nights and days to be able to resolve, to be able to transform. And so again, as we remove and become aware of the self-limiting beliefs, the self-limiting habits, the self-limiting thoughts, what we are also doing is making room for new habits, making room for new ways of being. And so for some of you right now, you may have been observing this again, like with the elements of the quarantine taking place. A lot of us have had a lot of time for self-observation, and some of us are going to be like, whoa, like I am not the same person that I was when I went into this quarantine. Like I'm coming out of this like transformed. Other people, not so much, and what is the difference there? For some people, they just kind of, their way of being has probably just not really been conditioned to understand the benefits of self-observation. But for us here as a community, we know that we must be aware, that we must awaken the consciousness, and we must awaken the consciousness by acknowledging that there are parts of us that are asleep. And so how do we become aware of the parts of us that are asleep? How do we become aware of, again, the unconscious habits? How do we become aware of habits that and actions and behavior that is almost like rooted in something like deep within us? Anything that we can kind of like acknowledge as being a self-limiting habit, a self-limiting belief, or even, a self, I don't want to say a self-destructing habit, but some sort of habit that's just either like pacifying us or just like indulging us or fascinating us. Like there's something there where there's a teacher, there's an opportunity for us to be able to observe it, learn from it, refine it, and transform it. And essentially like that is our responsibility, because no one will do that for us. And so I use this opportunity to be able to invite us to be able to imagine, what does our best self look like? What does our golden self look like? If you could just be like, okay, like, what do I want my life to be like in 2 months from now, or 6 months from now, or even a week from now? What would that look like? What would that feel like? And how would you get there? Again, a lot of that is going to be a mix of being able to kind of like remove that which is old, like old programming, that which has served its purpose up to this point, and then to be able to cultivate the new habits, to be able to focus on formulating new ideas, to formulate new patterns. So this is where, again, the symbolism of the eight of swords, you have, again, the swords are commonly associated with the mind. And so when you have this visual, all the cards visually kind of correlate like symbolically to what it is that the message is. you have 4 cards that are kind of going in one direction, and then you have four swords going in one direction and 4 swords going in another direction. So it's part of the mind where there's always going to be a part of the mind that's always trying to like hold on to the past. It's trying to hold on to like something that is familiar with. It's trying to hold on to something that pacifies it. It's trying to hold on to something that fascinates it, because the mind will desperately try to stay asleep. Like there is actually like some sort of internal process within us that is like basically there to be able to create this refining process where that is the teacher, the part of the mind that will kind of like fall back into kind of like the passive fascination, like the habits that aren't fully moving us forward. That's there as a teacher for us to become aware of them, and then also to be able to cultivate will, to cultivate intention, and then to be able to move forward. Your soul does want to awaken. Many of the souls here do want to awaken, but all of us are kind of like dealing with this kind of like pre-programmed part of our personality, of our identity, that is constantly trying to like keep us back, that is constantly trying to like bring us back to sleep. So again, this is where, you know, you got 4 swords that are kind of like trying to fall back asleep, and then you got 4 swords that are trying to wake up. And so by being aware that those swords are even there, it can help us change the pattern. It can help us kind of like shift our mindset towards, again, being able to focus on where we want to concentrate. So again, with the vision of the sword, how do we sharpen our focus? How do we do that? And again, that's through practices of mindfulness. That's through meditation. That's through habit. That's through challenging ourselves. That's through going outside of our comfort zone. Cultivation of willpower, healthy stress, creating the habits and falling in love with the results. So again, the traditional meaning here, inner collection, observe, be the observer of yourself. Get curious about yourself. Get curious about, you know, like your lack of motivation. If you're feeling like you have a lack of motivation or you're bored, I'll tell you the secret. The reason why you're bored is not because you're bored, it's because you're uninspired. And so what you need to be able to do, and I'm saying you as in like a very general sense, and I'm not actually telling you what to do, I'm just talking more of a collective idea, is that we need to be able to find things that inspire us. And this is the value of community. This is the value of, you know, like getting on platforms and seeing other people creating. And so for those of us who may be just kind of like, oh, you know, like I don't have the motivation, like I'm bored, like that's like it's like that's that place. It's okay to be there, but we have to pay attention when we are there. And sometimes we'll stay there, sometimes we'll go back there, but we need to learn how to kind of like move out of it, how to be able to shift out of it. And so one of the best ways to do that is to cultivate inspiration, to hang around other people who are awakening their consciousness, who are cultivating into new habits. So, and to develop those over time, you know, with mindfulness, with practice. It's like watering a plant every single day, but over time, you know, you become a new you. You let go of the past. You transform from what you were into something new. And the old creates the new. The new is created from the old. So again, traditional meaning, inner collection, concentration, focus, release from negative thoughts, fulfillment of desires, letting go of outer compulsion, separation. So again, this is about really, this card is a very powerful card about awakening the consciousness. And I think this card, again, when we set that intention of like, show us what we need to see, this card is holding up a mirror for us to see ourselves. You know, that is essentially what is happening right now. This card is showing us ourselves, where there are going to be some of us who our thoughts are just going to kind of like go into that pacification and just go into that kind of like, you know, like comfort or just lack of motivation. And then there are going to be other cards that are going to use this opportunity as a springboard. I'm going to say like, great, I have less distractions now and I can focus on the things that I'm passionate about, and I can connect with community, and I can cultivate inspiration, and I can shape myself into who I want to be. And that begins with the mind. That begins with your sword. So sharpen the sword, sharpen the mind, and take those steps of intention and connect with community as we continue to do this together, because that is one of the most important things. So with that said, drop some 1111s in the chat if this resonates with you. Again, I feel this is a very, very powerful card to be able to receive. Or again, just drop some 1111s if you're just like, yeah, okay, cool. Like it's a valuable message to be able to hear. So again, I think this card is also affirming. It's affirming, because if you are tuned into this broadcast, you are on the right path. You are working on yourself. You would not be tuned into this broadcast if you were not working on yourself. But the work is ongoing. You know, the work is something that happens every single day. And it's up to us. It's up to us to, again, be able to observe critically our habits, because it's easy to kind of like slip back into things. And again, not to say slipping back in itself is wrong. Like, you don't want to shame yourself, but you also want to be able to cultivate the habits that are going to help you move out of it, because that's kind of like the mindset that we want to get into. It's not like we're avoiding negativity. It's not like we're avoiding the part of us that kind of wants to just slip back into fascination. Every now and then we might kind of put our foot back in there. We might kind of just like be like, okay, you know, I remember this place. Maybe I just need to rest here for a bit. Like, there's actually kind of like a value to it if you're using it intentionally. Again, like, there's nothing wrong with just kind of like being like, oh, you know, I'm just going to chill out and watch a movie tonight. Like, that's okay. But you don't want to stay there forever. So you want to be able to observe like how that is actually like, you know, what you're feeling when you're kind of in that place is actually valuable. But let it be a jump pad. Let it be a haven, but not somewhere like, let it be like, you know, a temporary place, not somewhere that you live, not somewhere that you spend your entire life in. So the big part of this is being able to observe when those habits kind of start arising. And if they start becoming the majority, then we have to get critical and just be like, is this serving me? Like, is this really serving me? And I think that is a great question to be able to ask yourself, literally with anything. Just see what happens if you were to ask yourself that question. Is this serving me? Or how is this serving me? You know, maybe everything's serving you in some way, because again, even if you just think like, oh, you know, like this sadness, how, like if to just say, is this serving me? And to answer no would actually be incorrect. So rather the question should be, how is this serving me? Because sometimes, again, you know, like the sadness or kind of like the places where we're kind of in that lack of motivation, there's a teacher there, there's a lesson there. And again, sometimes the lesson is about being able to give us the opportunity of showing how powerful we are in our ability to get out, in our ability to rise through it, in our ability to transform out of it. So yeah, again, I'm going to take a drink. I just need to rest my throat here for a bit, but I'll read some of the comments in the chat. So yeah, please feel free. Let us know. Like, drop your comments below. This is a team conversation here. Let us know how this resonates with you, or if you're just like, whoa, okay, this is like reflective and something I need to hear today. And again, I share this message with you to just remind yourself that like you are doing great. Like, you are a human. You are learning. Be gentle with yourself. Be patient with yourself. But also know that your ability to be able to kind of like have that future oriented mindset while also being able to kind of like honor where you come from is very, very, very important, opposed to just kind of like, you know, falling into stagnation, so to speak. So you can chill out in stagnation, but don't live there, you know. But at the same time, hey, it's up to you. You can live there as much as you want. It's up to you, right? Like, that's kind of the free will of all this. But for those of us who are kind of here to be able to like level ourselves up, to step into that next place of our journey, those next parts of our journey will come to us when we are ready. And so the other part of this card is really kind of like preparing us to get ready for those next parts of the journey that we will be ready to receive. So they will come to us when we will be ready to receive them. And do you think they're going to come to us if we're just kind of in this place where we're just like, you know, like in a place of quote unquote like bad habits? And again, I'm not saying that to shame anyone, but again, when we it's kind of like this idea of kind of like raising our vibration, so to speak. And raising your vibration is a thing of multiple elements. You know, raising your vibration isn't just an idea. Raising your vibration, to use that phrase more generally, can be thought of as, again, you know, changing your food, exercising, sleep, sunshine, social interaction, water, journaling, meditation. Like those things literally kind of like move your vibration. Like when you think of a lower vibration, I don't want you to think of it as like lower as in less than. Think of it as just like slower, like the cadence is slower. So this is kind of like a low vibration where it's just kind of like, and therefore your growth is kind of slower. But if you're in kind of a high vibration, it's a frequency. It's like, and then it's like you're going and you're learning and you're growing and you're ascending and you're like implementing more parts of yourself. And as you do this, you move yourself forward within your timeline. And then the universe is like, okay, now that you've reached XYZ, like you are ready to receive this next part. Here is a special gift. Here's a power up. Here is a level up. Here is a new item for you. Here is a new interaction, a new synchronicity. So again, you know, maybe sometimes for us to be able to receive this card, maybe this card isn't always just going to be about us, but maybe, you know, maybe there's someone else in our life who we might kind of like recognize. And again, sometimes it's about being able to support each other as an ally, as a friend. You know, sometimes it's very easy, especially when like the weight of the world is kind of like very heavy, but we as a collective can really look out for each other and be able to, you know, help orient our focus. And so let's focus on the future from the present, and let's really take those steps towards becoming more of who we are, becoming our best self each and every single day. And that is what it means to be, you know, like a cosmic student, a cosmic, you know, a cosmic citizen, is to continue to like level up with intention. So each and every single day is a gift. And every single day, you know, when we are observing ourselves, get curious. How is this serving me? And then start releasing old patterns and making room for new ones. When you release something, you are making room for something else. What do you want to bring into your life? And how is releasing some of the old going to help that arrive? So cool. Okay. So again, let me know how this card resonated with you, or any just kind of like messages that you want to share with the team. That was a great one. That was a great first card to be able to receive here. So again, for those of you who are new, I hope that just kind of demonstrates the you know, the uniqueness, the power of what it is that we have here with these tarot reading broadcasts. So that was awesome. That was great. Good job, team. So 8 of Swords. Two. Cool. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to read some of the comments here as I just take a moment to drink. If anybody wants the picture of that, message me on Instagram. I can send you the picture of that if you want. So for those of you on TikTok, if you guys want, jump over to YouTube. That way, so we can just see the so you can join the comments there. So for those of you on TikTok or Instagram, click the link in my profile to tune in on YouTube. I don't know what my hair is doing right now. Anyways, all right. All right, I'm just gonna go over some of the comments real quick. Odie, sending you good vibes, dude. Don't worry, man. You're in good company. For those of you tune in on Instagram, again, go ahead and jump over to YouTube when you get a chance. All right, okay, I'm just gonna read some of the comments here. Again, you guys are part of the conversation here. We'll move into our next reading once we're kind of like through here. Again, let's keep an eye open for that new sign up on Patreon. So if somebody wants to sign up on Patreon, you can do that, and then you can be the facilitator for one of the card draws. All right. All right, going right up to the comments from earlier. So Astral Awareness says, definitely feeling that. Jillian says, I'm not surprised at all that you pulled that card. Mr. Nolan, me either. Perfect card for me, says Astral. I've been in self-reflection for a long time. Good for you, Jillian. Girl, this quarantine gave me time to see all my shortcomings. Very good, Astral. Yeah, and again, like that's a great, like this card's also like a card of celebration. For those of us that have been in this process of like self-observation, and again, I'm not saying like, oh, if you haven't, you're doing something wrong. Like, let this be an invitation to start it now. Like, I'm sure we're all observing ourselves. It's just kind of like, from what lens are we observing ourselves, you know? But yeah, this is a card that's been saying, you know, like thumbs up for all of us who are, you know, continuing to grow through these opportunities. That's what's happening right now. Astral, it's happened to a lot of people and I love it. Yes, energy is finite, must be deliberate with it or purposeful. That's what I've been learning, not to give my time away just to be busy. Well said, Stella. That's an amazing thing to implement, Stella. Be more present. Very well said, Astral. Astral Awareness, yes, LOL. He just said the word present as I was about to type it. Be more present. That was a synchronicity there. Beautiful. All right, very cool, team. Cool. All right, team. So, just taking a look at the comments on the other. Rach, are you like, do you have a YouTube account? Maybe that's why you can't see the YouTube chat. So if you want to, if you're opening up the YouTube and you're logged in on YouTube, you should be able to see the chat. It should work automatically. All right, team. So yeah, that was a great card. That was fun. That was a good first one to do. So again, we'll move into the next tarot reading in the next moment. If any other comments you guys want to just leave in the chat, please feel free. I'll stay on here for, I don't know, like I have to be mindful, right? Like honestly, as much as part of me is just like, I'll stay on here for 5 hours, I can't, because my voice, like, I can't, like, I have to stop talking eventually, or else I won't be able to do tomorrow's meditation broadcast. So but again, let's work on getting those Patreon goals. Again, when you sign up onto the Patreon, you can get 25% discount for some Orlite 23s. Here's an Orlite 23. This is the oldest crystal on Earth, 1.2 billion years old. Like I was collecting these years ago, knowing that they were just going to become more and more rare. So you can see there's like a beautiful one there. They come with like a keychain latch. I just don't have it on right now, but yeah. And you can also get the light guardian crystals. This is a Lumerian light guardian crystal, this version here. So this one's like a more like clean cut. The other versions look a little bit different. Here's another Lumerian one. This one's like chunkier, so you can see that. So again, if you sign up on Patreon, you get discounts here for the item shop, and the link for that is in the info for this video. So yeah, let's keep an eye open for working on reaching our Patreon goal. So we're currently at 145. Thank you to our recent Patreon supporters. Thank you to Astra, to Roots, to Rachel, and to Haley. Yeah, Rachel, thank you again. Oh, okay, yeah, Rach, if you were on your phone, that could have been it. Yeah, like, Rach, if you don't have the app of YouTube on your phone, I think that's probably why. So, all right. So with that said, let's move into the next reading as soon as we're ready. And again, if somebody is like feeling the call to sign up for the Patreon, let us know. Even just like if you're thinking about signing up for the Patreon in the future, drop a 777 in the chat. All right. All right. Okay, cool. Where can I share this Facebook to get people to maybe sign up? Astral Awareness, I'm actually broadcasting here. I'm going to post the exact link for this video on Facebook right now. That's the link I just posted for Facebook. Share on Facebook. Okay, there's a delay, so obviously you would have seen this before you hear me say it. Affirmations for swords, for 7 of swords or 8 of swords. By releasing myself of the thoughts that bind me, I am open to new concepts coming my way. Very well said, Rachel. Rachel, thank you for jumping in. Rachel is one of our new Patreon supporters as well. And again, just stating the obvious, like, again, like, straight up, like, thank you to everyone for being here. Like, your support in all forms is equally appreciated, and I really do mean that. I really do mean that. So let's get into our next reading. And so again, if we get when we get a new Patreon sign up, we'll do a special reading from the Lightworker Oracle deck. And again, I'll stay on here like maybe till 10 o'clock. But again, let's work towards those Patreon readings, and let's just do some more readings together, and let's just see what messages the universe has. So please feel free to invite your friends. And for those of you who are tuned in on TikTok, you guys can jump over to YouTube when you are ready. So link is in my profile. Looks like I think Lily's jumping over in a second. So we got quite a few of our Patreon supporters already in here. And again, for Patreon supporters, like, even if you guys, like, whenever you feel comfortable with it, if you guys ever want to increase your Patreon pledge, please, by all means, you're more than welcome to. Like, every single bit helps. So with that said, let's get into our next reading. Yeah, if you guys are ready for your next reading, drop an 1111 in the chat. I want to be able to just kind of like gauge it. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Stella. Yeah, and again, like, no rush on joining the Patreon. Again, like, with everything and everything happening right now, like, all I ever expect from people is for them to put their energy where they need to in this moment. So like, if you're not signing up on the Patreon anytime soon, like, not a problem. Like, believe me, like, it's totally cool. Again, your support in all forms is equally appreciated. So I'm just taking a moment here just to be able to make sure I'm caught up on some comments. Okay, cool. We got like 4 people on Facebook right now. For the 4 or 5 people on Facebook, if you guys want to jump over to YouTube, please, by all means, you can join the chat there. I seen those 1111s drop. How many people do we even have tuned in right now? We got 11 people we got 11 people on YouTube. We got 5 people on TikTok. We got 5 people on Facebook, and 1 person on Instagram. So we got over 20 people tuned in right now. So let's do it. Let's get into this. All right. Just giving some shout outs to Inner Flame, Lily, one of our Patreon supporters. Shout out to Rachel, one of our Patreon supporters. Shout out to Maria, Stella, Mr. Nolan, one of our Patreon supporters. Shout out to Clint. Shout out to Jillian, one of our Patreon supporters. So, all right, team, let's get right into this. And again, just taking a moment here. 1 second. All right, we're gonna get right into this next reading. All right. Cool. And if anybody has any questions about the Patreon, you guys can just ask me anytime. It's not a problem. All right, so as soon as we get a new Patreon sign up, I'll see it. And again, when we get a new Patreon sign up, we can do a reading from the Lightworker Oracle deck, which always has some like really cool messages. So let's do this. Let's go into our next reading. All right, so same as last time, what we're gonna do, I'm going to get you guys to guess a number. Rachel's on both platforms. Cool. All right, okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get you guys to guess a number again. Astral awareness, how do you change your name? Like, that's like through your YouTube settings, I think, so you might need to do that a little bit later. All right. Okay, we're good. Sweet. All right, team, let's get into this next reading. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I am going to get you to guess a number. Don't start yet. Yeah, Julian, if you, that's fine, you don't have to. Thanks, Julian. Julian's opting out. All right, okay, cool. So we got about 11 people tuned in on YouTube right now. So yeah, that's cool. All right, okay, so next person to help facilitate with the next reading will be the person who guesses the number, and I'm gonna set it up right now. So all right, okay, I am picking a number between. Okay, I'm picking a number between 200 and 233, and I have the number right now. Start your guesses and only do 3 guesses, and then if no one gets it, then we'll just open it up to more guesses. So it's a number between 200 and 233. So go ahead, leave your guesses in the chat, and again, that person will be the next person that we pull a card for. Again, the number guessing, that's for we'll do it for people on TikTok too. So if anybody gets it on TikTok too, please feel free. Like, the sync is relatively the same, so it's not too, it shouldn't be unfair or anything. All right, so I'm keeping an eye on both chats. So for those of you on TikTok, guess a number between 200 and 233. First one to get it is gonna win, but you only get 3 guesses. But then if no one else gets it, then I'll tell you can guess again. So Astra dropping in 3 guesses back to back. Nothing yet. I'll let you guys know. Again, you got 3 guesses, so go ahead, jump in there. And again, this will be to like help facilitate the reading. Like, whether you think like the reading is for you, like that's totally up to your interpretation. But nonetheless, it's always gonna be a team reading. All right, haven't seen it yet. Is this gonna be another one of those things where somehow it takes like 500 guesses? You guys are hilarious. I love you. All right, I'll let you know when you see it. And we got a 226. I got 222, 218, 206. We got 234, 234 outside of the 233 bracket range. We've got 214. We've got 209 coming in hot with a 216. We've got a 206, 217. Oh, they're getting close. We got 224, 201. Oh, who's gonna be? They're getting closer and closer. It's a hot one, mama. We got what? 42. Where'd that come from? You guys are just guessing random things. It's only between 200 and 233. Stop guessing outside of the bracket. So keep dropping your numbers. I like talking like that. We got 232, 228. We've got 26. Stella dropping the low numbers. We've got 220, 202, 209. No one's guessed it yet. Like, I'm not joking either. We've got 219. We got 219 back to back. 219 following up on 219 with a 203. We got 212. All right. If you've already done your 3 guesses, guess again. You can start guessing again. So everyone's got 3 more guesses now. You guys are really good at not guessing this. Like, I'm actually impressed that somehow both times that we've done this, somehow the number just eludes everyone. It's like this hidden number. Like, I don't, am I cloaking it with my mind telepathy? Like, what is going on? I'm gonna take a nap and I'm gonna come back and you guys still won't have it. Like, my goodness, you guys impress me. No one's got it yet. Like, straight up, no one's got it yet. I know people are like, you guys can create like an Excel spreadsheet and like enter this in and create some sort of like advanced quantum computer. No one's got it yet. Like, straight up, no one's got it yet. You guys are just repeating numbers. You guys are literally repeating all the numbers except the number. Like, I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure no one's got it yet. Again, between 200 and 233. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna send it as a psychic signal, sending it through time. I love how Stella and Lily are just numbers like out. They're like 5 million. Like, what? Come on, team. Sending that psychic signal between 200 and 233. No one's got it yet. Like, I don't know. This is like, this is hilarious in some sort of bizarre way. Come on, team. You can do this. I believe in you. Like, everyone's just slowing down now. They're just like literally going through this, like entering in the numbers. So like, what have we not said yet? No one said it yet. Like, I'll double check. No one said it yet. No one said it yet. You guys are so close. Come on. Get it. Get it. Get it. You guys are so close. Oh my goodness. Okay, here it comes. Someone's gonna get it. It's like, you guys are like, oh, it's so close. It's so close. Come on. You guys are like jumping around it. You're like saying everything but it. Oh my god, this is hilarious. There it is. Maria gets it. 205. Congratulations, Maria. Everyone slow down. Let's hear a round of applause for Maria. As Astra gets it right after that. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Suddenly everyone's just like, oh, 205. Yeah, okay. And then all right, Maria gets it with 205, so you guys can ease up on the guesses there. Good job, everyone. Well done. That was fun. Like, I am thoroughly impressed that somehow I think you literally guess every single number except the number. For those of you joining in on TikTok, hey, Shifting Paradigms, thanks for joining in. If you want to join the rest of the crew on YouTube, go ahead. That's the primary parties on YouTube right now. But again, if you're in TikTok audience or Instagram audience, totally cool. So good job, team. Like, aren't you guys impressed by how much you didn't get it? Like, and I'm not joking. Like, I don't know. That's just like some weird phenomena. Like, it was literally like everything. I think you literally said every single number except 205 until you got it. So, well done. My face hurts from smiling and laughing. So, awesome. All right, well, let's get into this next reading. Again, as we're doing this, if someone wants to sign up for the Patreon as we're doing this, please, by all means, let's work on hitting that Patreon goal. And again, even if you're going to sign up like soon, like, please, by all means, the Patreon. The contributions only process on the 1st of each month. So even if you sign up today, like, nothing comes out of your bank account. And then on June 1st is when the contribution will process. So Maria, let me know in the chat if you're ready. Again, for those of you tuned in on any platform, stick around. If you are here, this message is for you. So as a quick introduction, when we do these readings, this isn't like a psychic reading. It isn't a fortune reading. A fortune telling. This is an opportunity for us to be able to work with the cards, to be able to receive a message from the universe, to be able to practice giving ourselves guidance, inspiration, clarity. It's a mirror for us to see more of ourselves. And so, Maria, let me know when you're ready. And what we're going to do, we're going to charge the deck, and we're going to set the intention as a team of show us what we need to see. So cool. Maria is ready. Awesome. Sweet. And again, like, just keep in mind, there's like a 30-second delay between like what I say and what I read in the chat. So if I like say something twice, like, yeah. All right. Do you guys got tea right now? What tea are you drinking? Beautiful. All right, team. Let's get right into this next reading. Yo, NZ Weather, join on YouTube if you have a YouTube account. Like, that's where like most of the chat is right now. So yeah, Lily, you were close. All right, let's get right into this. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, you guys ready? Okay, cool. All right. Nice. Yeah, go ahead. Leave your tea. Yeah, I'm drinking like Japanese green tea right now, so it's a bit of a caffeine. So cool. All right. Again, for those of you tuned in on Instagram and TikTok, click the link in my profile to tune in on YouTube. All right, let's do this reading, and again, let's work on reaching. Let's get a new Patreon sign up. So see where it says 145. Let's get it up to 146. It'll be like loop. So whenever someone wants to sign up, and it only takes like 3 minutes to sign up, so it's not that long. All right, let's do this. Let's get ready to draw some tarot. So beautiful. All right, Maria. Maria, thank you so much for being here. Again, you're going to help facilitate this poll. And again, for everybody here, if you're here, this reading is for you. This card is for you. This message is for you. So, excuse me. All right, so everybody here, just stop typing in the chat just for a minute. Practice just kind of like dropping into your heart space and practice adding your intention. We'll collectively do this together. So for everybody here, just take a moment here, close your eyes, take a breath. Deep, gentle inhale. Nice soft exhale. Beautiful. So for Maria, for everybody here, just being in this space of gratitude, this space of community. Maria, I want you to focus on the intention. Show us what we need to see. I want you to speak this intention with your heart, speak it with your mind, speak it with your voice, speak it with your soul. And Maria, I'm going to charge the deck here, and when you are ready, you're going to type now into the chat, and then I will split the deck and we'll pull a card. And oh, my friends, here we are once again to be able to see and take part within this story that never truly ends. So let us breathe within this moment. Let us be here to truly own it as we continue to awaken within this dream, as we continue to level up. Oh, so pristine. My friends, my allies, let us continue to stand tall. Let us continue to awaken to the truth that is within us all. And so as we breathe here in this moment and we hold on tight, we wait for Maria to type now, and we shall pull a card and see what message the universe has. The sound effects are important. It's actually part of the magic. All right, so the card that we got, I have to restart the Instagram and TikTok broadcast in a second. The card that we have pulled for the team is Knight of Spheres. Awesome. All right, okay, give me 2 seconds here. I just have to restart the broadcast. I think it ends after an hour. I think that's just like regular thing that it does. So I'm gonna restart this real quick. Give me 2 seconds here, team. Dun, 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 bum, bum, bum. And going live. Sweet. All right. Okay. So it's going back. It's going live again. Back on TikTok and on Instagram. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna open this up and let's get ready to see. This is the Knight of Spheres. This is a very, very cool card. There it is. All right, aloha. Oh, we're not live yet. Hello. There we go. Now we're live. All right, aloha to those of you watching this in the future. We're just getting things set up for another broadcast here on some Team Tarot readings. All right, okay, 2 seconds here. Just pulling up the chat for everything. Pulling up all the chats. All the chats. They're all pulled up. Beautiful. All right, okay, cool. All right, there we go. Okay, TikTok and Instagram is officially restarted, so we're good. All right, team, let's get right into this next reading. For those of you tuning in on TikTok and Instagram, we're live on YouTube right now also, and we're just getting into our next reading. So if you want to hang out here on TikTok or wherever, that's totally cool. But at the same time, please feel free to jump over to YouTube. The live chat there is also active as well. So here's the card that we just pulled. And again, this is a team reading when we do this. So if you are here right now, this message is for you. This is an intentional broadcast that we do to be able to bring forth messages of inspiration, to be able to help assist us on our journey of shifting consciousness and working on ourselves. So this card that we pulled here, this is Knight of Spheres. So visually, just looking at this card here, yeah, this is a really cool card. I like this card. So visually, just looking at the card here. So what it is that we have this figure of a man who's got this like beautiful beard and this beautiful hair. He's obviously been keeping quite busy. So this man, you can see behind him, has like blueprints. So he is like basically like an architect. And then in front of him are puzzle pieces. It's hard to see there, but if I show it closer to the camera, these are actually like little puzzle pieces. So he's like constructing things. And then you got kind of like the spheres, which are again kind of like almost like the water bubbles, the water element. And then you can see there's like the moon behind him. So there's like a lot of energy going on here. And then this part here, that's basically like the strum of a guitar, like the neck of a guitar. And you can see his eyes are like gently relaxed and closed. And again, like the blueprint behind him just reflecting and all that cool stuff. Very, 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 very symbolic, powerful image. So, all right. So for those of you who are here, we're going to read from the book. And then from there, I'm going to extrapolate and go a little bit deeper in terms of what this card means and what inspiration we can draw from it. So again, if you guys are tuned in right now, just do me a favor, just drop an 1111 in the chat just so I can see like who's active in the chat right now. For those of you on TikTok and for those of you on Instagram, if you guys want to jump over to the YouTube chat, you can click the link in my bio to be able to do that. And again, this broadcast is made possible thanks to you, the community. So let's work on getting those Patreon signups. And again, you can see all the information here for the Patreon signups. So if you're a fan of my work and you want to be able to join our private membership community and join as a leading member, then go ahead, sign up for the Patreon while you're watching this. But you can always do it later. All right. Okay. For everybody here, if you're here, this message is for you. So beautiful. All right. Welcome everyone. Yo, Spider. Yo, Eddie. All right. Hang tight. Here we go. Knight of Spheres. Excuse me. Knight of Spheres, the image. Before a background of architectural blueprints, the head of a man rises from stone. Meaning, through the connection of the fire element with the earth element, the form-giving principle of matter combines with the principle of goal-oriented will in order to create a foundation of lasting values. I'm going to reread that part. The form-giving principle of matter combines with the principle of goal-oriented will in order to create the foundation for lasting values. The Knight of Spheres reveals a masculine aspect of the earth element. The driving force of fire is always a step ahead of the rather sluggish earth element, so that patience and reliability can be recognized as important characteristics that should be incorporated into one's being. In the same way that one puts the horse before the cart in order to use its strength for work, the energy of the Knight of Spheres can also be used. Once in motion, however, he is difficult to stop, just like the horse. This card also tells us to develop a realistic sense of self, because in spite of all the stability of earthly power, there is still a tendency to overestimate the fiery power. Beside his sensory mentality and natural relationship to his instinctive side of nature, the Knight of Spheres also has the ability to follow his goals according to schedule, which are then reached by continual methodical process. This can be expressed in architecture, in agriculture, or other such areas that require a natural connection to the earth. In the spiritual sense, this card indicates that we should bring our own actions into harmony with the laws of nature. Astrological significance: Jupiter, Taurus, Earth, and Air elements. Keywords: patience and perseverance, continuity, observation of laws of nature, finding meaning, fulfillment of natural needs, self-realization, reliability, self-respect, readiness to work. Traditional meaning: creating material wealth, material security, strong work capability, lust, stubbornness, instinct, preservation, and advancement of life, practical tendencies, drive. So again, for those of you who are just jumping in, awesome. Aloha, just Kelly, seeing your comment there. Thank you again, everyone, for just sharing in the excitement of this tarot reading. Again, so for those of you who are here, the way how we do these tarot readings, this isn't like a fortune telling, this isn't like a psychic prediction. This is a chance for us to be able to work with the cards, to be able to draw forth messages and inspiration to serve us in this moment. The cards serve as a mirror for us to be able to see ourselves. So if you're tuned in on TikTok or anywhere, please feel free to hang out there, but you can also join live on YouTube. The link is through my profile, and there's more people in the YouTube chat, but if you're hanging out on the chat in Instagram and TikTok, it's totally cool. So with that said, let's dive a little bit deeper into what this card means, and let's keep an eye open for that next Patreon sign up. So let's do it. Let's hit that 146, setting that intention. Let's do it. All right, okay. So my interpretation, my extrapolation, me just kind of like tapping in. This is like me channeling right now for the team, for us, people who are coming together to help shift consciousness. Knight of Spheres. This is actually a really, really cool card and a very powerful card to be able to reflect on. So this card, again, really reflects on the archetype of the architect. And so the architect is one who has like the ability to kind of like foresee the future, to really see the long game. And so for this card right now, this is a card that's a powerful reminder for you to be able to reflect on right now within your life. Are you contemplating the long game? And how can you contemplate the long game? What does the long game look like for you? So in the same way, a farmer who wants to be successful, he literally has to plan out ahead. He has to be able to lay things in place. He has to show up strategically, and he has to work with the seasons. So with this card is giving us an opportunity to be able to really intentionally create the futures for ourselves, while at the same time focusing on creating those futures today by laying down the foundations, by laying down the groundwork. So again, for this card, for us to be able to receive it, it's a very powerful card that reminds us about the importance of patience and the importance of perseverance and the importance of continuity, the importance of habit, the importance of ritual. And so again, in terms of shifting consciousness, this is a card that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, like, oh, like, okay, creating my future, that means I have to like physically do this. I have to physically like, you know, like build a farm, or I have to like physically like, you know, create a website, or I have to physically do this. This card is also about being able to be the architect of your own being. Like you are the architect of your own being. And sometimes we forget that it ultimately is up to us. It is our will that will shape things. And so in some cases, you know, like we might kind of feel as if like, you know, I don't really know what to control. Like there's certain things that are out of my control. I'm trying to create my future, but there's certain things that are just kind of like happening in spite of my best efforts. But this card is reminding us that at the end of the day, there is always one thing that we always have control over, and that is us. That is our own actions. And so again, in this card, it's really inviting us to be able to plant the seeds for ourselves, to plant the seeds for our habits. And for those of you who were tuned in earlier with the Eight of Swords, this card really echoes this, where this card really invites in critical observation, self-awareness, awareness of kind of, again, like limiting thought patterns and limiting beliefs, and the ability to be able to like intentionally show up to shift them, the ability to intentionally show up to create new patterns, to create new architect, to create new like mental like foundation within our being. And so this is why, again, you know, simply put, like for those of you who are tuned into this, we do team meditations Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the reason why we do this is because this is practicing being architects of our life. This is practicing about being able to create the foundation. If I were to just tell you, hey, if you practice meditation, it's going to change your life. If I were to just tell you that, and then you were to do meditation once, and then you were to come back to me and just be like, yeah, well, you know, my life's still pretty much more or less the same. I appreciate the insight, but it didn't really work for me. I would just be like, okay, but I challenge you to practice it regularly, 5 days a week, every day. What would that look like? And to show up with instruction, to show up with a teacher, to show up in a place of community. Like, again, for those of you who are here, tune in for our team meditations if you feel called. If you're just like looking for a little bit more structure, within your routine and everything like that, our team meditations are a great place to be able to come together, to be able to help build that cultivation of energy. So for those of you who are just joining in on the TikTok, like I can see there's more people joining in on the TikTok literally like as we're doing this. What we're doing right now, we're doing team like tarot reading, but again, the message here is for everyone. So if you're here, this message is for everyone. So again, really taking a moment here as I practice kind of channeling what information needs to come through in this moment. Again, this card is about being able to develop like a strong work capability and also the ability to be able to develop security. And again, security isn't just something that is like based on like, you know, like a house over your head and things like that. Security also comes from your mental perspective and from your ability to be able to trust in your adaptability, your flexibility. This is something that I'm going to say to you that is actually incredibly powerful. One of the most valuable traits that we have as humans is our flexibility, is our ability to adapt. And we as humans, like we have to honor that. We have to nurture that. And we can strengthen our ability to adapt. And one of the ways that we do that is through habit, is through mindfulness, is through meditation. So again, you know, for those of us who are taking, you know, this is a very powerful time for us to be here and now. And for some of us, you know, with the quarantine taking place, again, this is a great chance to observe, to become, to change our patterns, to change our ways, to change our foundations, to uproot the old and to plant the new. And again, even though for some of us, you know, there's going to be some people that are going to be like, oh, I'm using this time to like create a business, or I'm using this time to like grow as an entrepreneur and everything like that. Some of us are going to be like, yeah, but that's not really what I'm focused on right now. But you still have the role of being an architect. You still have the ability to be an architect of your self, of your heart space, of your mindscape. And so again, with this card, in the same way that one pulls the horse before the cart in order to use its strength for work, the energy of the Knight of Spheres can also be used. Once in motion, however, he is difficult to stop, just like the horse. This card tells us to develop a realistic sense of self, because in spite of all the stability of earthly powers, there's a tendency to overestimate our fiery power. So again, with this card, one of the things that's powerful about this card is also the idea of momentum. Momentum is honestly one of the most powerful things that we can cultivate for ourselves. Habit, cultivating habit builds momentum, builds consistency. Consistency, like there is a key, and there is a key that will like unlock like the soul of your being, that will unlock the heart of your inner being, that will unlock like more of your consciousness. And that key is a key that nobody else can give it to you. It is a key that you have to create yourself. And that key is consistency. And so again, right now, like this is, so again, like pulling this card is like us reflecting on the intention. What do we need to see right now? Show us what we need to see. This is a powerful card for us as a community to be able to receive this, because this is a card that again is basically just like reminding us that now, as we have the opportunity where our focus is like very much like inside of our own temple, literally inside of our houses and everything like that, like there isn't much external distraction unless we look for it, you know, unless you're intentionally kind of like giving your attention to the news and everything like that. Your focus is one of the most valuable resources that you have. Pay attention to where you are putting it, because if you're giving your focus away, then you're taking it away from yourself. And what were to happen if you were to turn more of that focus back in on your habits, back in on your self-development? And again, this is where like I acknowledge that it's challenging, but this is why we have community. This is why we have a team. This is why we come together. This is why we create routine and consistency and habit. So again, for those of you who are here, like, please, I would love for you to join our team meditations, because again, for those that have been joining in, we've been doing these over the past 2 months. It's developing this routine. You wake up in the morning, you know what you're going to do. Oh, I'm going to lay down some more foundation. And every time you take a little bit of focus and pour it back in on yourself, you are leveling yourself up. You are gaining experience. You are investing in yourself. You are watering your crops. So even though right now the future may seem very uncertain, the present is anything but. and use this present moment to be able to water yourself. This may seem incredibly obvious, but again, this card, like, I'm not just telling you to do this, I'm celebrating the fact that you are doing this, that we are doing this. So again, even just as I'm just like talking here, if this resonates with you, if you're just like, whoa, this is, you know, like, okay, affirmation or something valuable, drop those 1111s in the chat. Let me know. So again, you know, key words here: patience and perseverance. We do not simply change overnight. The transformation is gradual. You know, like you don't walk up to like a flower and yell at it to grow faster. Like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense. But when we allow ourselves to be patient and we look back and we're just like, whoa, look how much I've grown over these last few months. Look how much I've tapped into my power, tapped into my heart, tapped into the ability to be able to expand my consciousness. Like, we have latent abilities within inside of us that is not being utilized. These bodies, these vehicles, these are like advanced spiritual technology. And if we're just spending it, like, just like doing kind of like just like, you know, putting our focus on other things instead of turning it inwards and getting curious and being like, what can I do with this? What can I do with this body? What can I do to be able to like level myself up? Yo, do you guys like that sunset? Can you see that? Hold on. I just want to open that window real quick just so you can get the sunset. Can you kind of see it? Yeah, it's pretty. It's like purple and stuff. Anyways, so if you guys are digging this, drop some 1111s in the chat. But again, you know, with this card, just hitting upon it real quick, we'll talk about this for a little bit more. We'll get into another reading as we go. Again, for those of you who are new, if you want to tune in on YouTube, click the link in my profile. If you're on TikTok or Instagram, if you want to sign up on Patreon at some point, I'll tell you more about that a little bit later. But yeah, let's keep diving into this. Keywords: patience and perseverance, continuity, observation of laws of nature, finding meaning, fulfillment of natural needs, self-realization, reliability, self-respect, readiness to work. So again, you know, let's show up ready to work. Let's drop into that space. What does that feel like for us to be, quote unquote, ready to work on ourselves? You are your most important investment. Yes, some of us are building businesses. Yes, some of us are building external things. But how are you building yourself? How is that changing? How is that growing? And how can you do that every single day? And again, it's the simple things. People think they're like, oh, like spiritual awakening is this process of like, I have to open my third eye and I have to like listen to binaural beats and I have to take psychedelics and I have to go see shamans and things like that. Like, no. Yes, but no. The simple things are the powerful things. The simple things are the architecture. The simple things are the foundations. The simple things are your confidence. The simple things are your consistency. The simple things are your momentum. How is your diet? How is, like, are you drinking water? Are you sleeping properly? Are you getting enough sunshine? How is your social interactions? Are you connected with other people that are sharing common dreams and common goals? Again, you know, these are simple things. How is your mental practice? Are you practicing meditation? Are you taking time for yourself? How are you nurturing what you need in this moment? So again, this card is a card where a lot of it is, again, it's about self-respect. And so I'll say something to you that I think for some of you, maybe you need to hear this. And it's not like a mean thing. It's an empowering thing. Treat yourself like your own beloved. Treat yourself like your beloved. And so in the same way, if you had a beloved and you're just like, oh, here, like, let me cook you food. Let's go for a walk. Let's hang out together. Let's nurture each other. What would happen if you showed up each day and you're just like, like, what can I do for myself? How can I treat myself? How can I start my day off with a little bit more momentum? And so again, when we're doing our team meditations in the morning, we're literally using that space to practice self-love, but also to develop mental acuity and to be able to create momentum and to be able to like nurture our heart. So again, this is about self-respect. And so it's not to say that, like, you know, like anything that you've done up to this point, like, I leave that to you, whether or not, like, again, on the last card we just read, like, ask yourself, how is this serving me? Any habit that you do, especially the ones that you're kind of doing unconsciously, reflect, how is this serving me? And again, sometimes there may be habits there that you're gradually changing. And again, the fact that they may not be the healthiest habit is actually serving you because it's helping you become aware so that you can cultivate a new habit, so that you can gradually kind of like transform alchemical process. So patience and perseverance, continuity, develop habits, develop pattern, develop routine. What would your life be like if you started your every single day with a little bit of meditation and a little bit of stretching, a little bit of self-massage, a little bit of community interaction? What would that feel like? And again, please join our team meditations. That's why we're in this space. And again, I only created this space because I know how important it is. Like that, me creating the space, me doing this broadcast is again me dropping into that heart space of what is needed right now, what is needed for us as community. It's the habits, it's the routine, it's the mindfulness, it's the consistency, and most importantly, it's the inspiration. It's the story, it's the narrative. And so let our narrative be one in which we are all architects of our own being. Let us create the blueprints for our future. If you're just like, oh, like I know I want the best future for myself, is it possible to build that upon a less formidable version of you? And this isn't anything where like there's no shame here, but there's always opportunity to transform. There's always opportunity to grow. There's always opportunity to become more of who we are here to be, to meet more of ourselves. So again, this is also about responsibility and reliability. We have to really kind of, again, like be like vigilant, be consistent, be perseverant, self-realize, fulfilling of natural needs. And again, I like the idea here that it says observation of laws of nature. And again, if this resonates with you, drop those 1111s in the chat. I really appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate your support of my content. I hope if you're tuned in on TikTok, you've seen some of my videos, and I hope they made you smile. And I appreciate you being here. And if you're here, this isn't just a broadcast. This is us building as a team. So again, if you want to connect further as a team, I'll tell you more about that, but jump over to the YouTube. You can join our live chat there. We have a team chat. We have our Patreon. I'll tell you more about that in a bit, but we're just going to wrap up this card here in a minute. And again, because I have to rest my voice. My voice gets sore when I talk like this for so long. Observation of the laws of nature is actually really important. So observations of the laws of nature would be something as simple as like rising in the morning, resting at night. How is your sleep schedule? Are you rising with the sun, or are you staying up till 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and then waking up in the middle of the day? And again, I'm not saying this to shame you. I'm just saying this to become self-aware and to say that if you were to synchronize with the laws of nature, aka the rising and setting of the sun, you would actually develop momentum. It would fuel you. It would cultivate inspiration. It would naturally help propel you in the same way that a farmer would not plant their crops in the middle of winter. They crop them when the time is right. They plant them when the time is right. So when we start our mornings off with a little bit of meditation, mindfulness, and inspiration, it sets the tone for the rest of our day. And like, seriously, like that's a hack. That is a life hack. How you spend the first like 30 minutes or first like hour of your day affects the rest of your day holographically. So if you spend the first like hour of your day, or not even the first hour, but if you spend at some point in the earlier part of your day some time meditating, tuning in for our team broadcast, doing something to nurture yourself, to lay down foundation, to build consistency, to tune your instrument, it affects the rest of your day holographically. And what would it feel like? What would it really feel like to be in that place where, again, like, what are you building here? What you're building is this version of you that wakes up every single day inspired, motivated, and knows what they can do to be able to help continue to cultivate this inspiration. You're tending to yourself as if you yourself are the crop, which you are. And so what are you growing? You're growing your soul, you're growing your spirit, you're growing yourself, and you're continuing to show up more and more and more. So again, as things continue to kind of like evolve throughout this bigger story and everything right now, we have options, right? We can either choose to just kind of like let this time go by and then we come out of it and we're like more or less the same person that we were when we came into it, or we can go through all of this like quarantine stuff and as things kind of transition, we're going to come out of it and we're going to be like, yo, like how did you use that time? And be like, oh man, I binged watch every single Netflix show. But then like that's one answer. Maybe you can still do that and still do this. But then other people, they would be like, oh, like I actually started practicing meditation. I changed my diet. I started exercising more. I started connecting with nature. I started journaling. I started practicing my creativity. You know, so as we do all of this simple but powerful and important work, it also creates the opportunity for us to become better channels for creative flow, better conduits for consciousness. And so again, for everybody here, we're building a team of people who are intentionally helping assist with the shift in consciousness, shifters, light guardians, as we call ourselves. And the way in which we do this is by working on ourselves. We help shift consciousness through acts of creativity and compassion, but also through self-development, through nurturing our own heart. So again, traditional meaning, creating material wealth, material security, strong work capability, lust, stubbornness, instincts, preservation of life, preservation of advancements of life, practical tendencies. So your crops, they are planted right now. Are you watering them or are you ignoring them? And that crop is, again, your potential. That crop is the new habits that you're cultivating. What would it look like if every single person in this broadcast kind of like rose above their stubbornness, use the inspiration of a team as a platform to spark the motivation inside of us, use that inspiration to be like, you know what? I'm going to tune in for those team meditations. I don't even know what to expect, but I'm going to do it. You know what? I'm going to change my diet. You know what? I'm going to take cold showers. You know what? I'm going to go to sleep without my cell phone in my face. You know what? I'm going to practice journaling. I'm going to go for walks. Do these things. Do these things. These things are the most important. Yes, your family is important. Yes, your job is important. But now that the focus is a little bit more just on your own temple, how will you use it to transform yourself? This is a very sacred time that we are in right now. Do not let it go to waste. Do not let it go to waste. Like, I am emphasizing that. So again, for those of you who are asking about the team meditation, we do the team meditations live Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Click the link in my profile. You can find all the recordings. So if you miss it live, you can always tune in there. It's live through my TikTok and through YouTube as well. So with that said, I'm going to rest my voice for a little bit. But again, I think this is a very, very powerful card that just reminds us of the importance of stepping into our role as architects. Architects for our future by showing up for it today. Lay down the foundations for your future, for your best life, for what you are worthy of. Lay down the foundations today, brick by brick by brick, action by action by action, habit by habit by habit. The little things make the big difference. It is the momentum that will serve you. That is the gift that you are giving yourself. You are the only one that can create that for yourself. But we're here to help you with it. That is the power of the team, to know that you are not alone. And believe me, for those who have been tuning in for our team meditations, you guys tell me every single day, you're just like, yo, these team meditations are changing my life. And you're changing your life simply by choosing to show up to the meditation. So again, the choice is yours. The choice is yours. The free will is yours. The free will to be able to show up or to just kind of like do something else. And whatever you choose, there is meaning in that. But for those who feel the call to be able to be like, yo, let's commit to that. Let's be our best self. Let's level up. Let's learn. Let's be gentle with ourselves. But let's create this path for us to be able to lay down the architect for us to be able to build our best future. And what does that look like? It starts with the simple things, and then it grows over time. It starts with a seed, and then we nurture it every day, and it grows over time. What would your life look like if you were to refine as many of your habits as you can for an entire month? You'd feel healthier. You'd feel more inspired. You'd feel more creative. You'd feel more connected with your heart. You'd feel connected with community. You'd feel more of like a resonance with who you are here to be. And then as things continue to evolve, whatever the universe throws at you, you'll be able to handle it because you're connected with that ability within your very being to know that anything that comes your way is something that you are capable of moving through and beyond and to rise from. So showing up for that with intention, you are the Knight of Spheres. So very, very powerful card there. So again, let me know if by me just like sharing that, if that inspired you. That's why I'm doing this, right? To be able to like share a message of inspiration so we can pump up the team and grow as a team. This isn't just something I'm doing purely to entertain you. This is something I'm doing to inspire, to ignite something within you. So you are worthy, you are seen, you are loved, and you are here to become the best version of yourself. And we're here to help each other do it as a team. You are not in this alone. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, go ahead, leave those comments in the chat. How does this resonate with you? Definitely feel free to kind of like add your own like thoughts on it, you know. Even feel free to just be like add in like affirmations and stuff like that. Like I want people to be able to be like, yo, like, okay, like let's do this, let's commit to this. So again, even for myself, I have committed to doing these team broadcasts Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have done over 100 of them. Let my habits be inspiration for all of us, for any of us, right? So again, like that's why I show up. It's not because like, yo, like I'm not here for your money, I'm not here for your views. Like, yes, we're here to inspire people, but we're here because this is what is needed, because this is about the alchemical process of becoming our best self and showing up so that we can help shift consciousness on a collective whole. I want the best for you, I want the best for us, I want the best for the team, and let's hold space for us to be able to cultivate that through simple but powerful habits: meditation, mindfulness, cultivation of inspiration, moving forward, sharing our creativity, being an example for others. And that's the thing, as you work on yourself, you have no idea how far that inspiration will go. You working on yourself will inspire others. So how do you plan to do that for yourself? You are ready to do the work and let the work be play. So Knight of Spheres, very, very powerful card there. Beautiful, beautiful card. So I'm just going to take a break here. I just need to rest my throat. Again, thank you for honoring like the energy that I put into these readings. Again, like I'm like, you know, I don't know, it's almost like Tony Robbins up on stage, right? Like what does Tony Robbins do when he goes up on stage? He like channels information. He's like inspiring people, talking to their heart, talking to their soul. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Like I'm just the universe talking to you to be able to inspire each of us. So awesome. All right, okay, I gotta rest my throat for a bit. Drop those comments in the chat. We'll read some of them on screen. For those of you who are tuned in on TikTok, if you guys want to jump over to YouTube, please, by all means, go ahead and do that. For those of you on Instagram as well, click the link in my profile. You'll see the link for the YouTube broadcast. Whew. Awesome. Ang Zen said, I swear I thought about him while you were talking. I assume you mean Tony Robbins, so... Beautiful, awesome. And you know what, team? Huge shout out. We did just get a new Patreon sign up. Special shout out to Jay. Jay, thank you, or to Jay, aka Jessica. Jessica, thank you so much. Let me know where you are in the chat. You can help facilitate the next reading, and we'll go into that. And since we did get a Patreon sign up, that means we can do a reading from the Lightworker Oracle deck. So if you're new here, stick around. You won't want to miss that one. So let's hear a special thank you to Jay, to Jessica, Jay. So go ahead, everybody, thank Jay in the chat, and I'll explain a little bit more about the Patreon in a bit. I just want to go through and take a moment here to be able to read some of the comments here. So are you guys digging the setup here? For those of you on TikTok and Instagram, like, do you like this setup? I know it's completely different. No, I have not seen, I've only seen like one other person do this on TikTok, like this style of setup. This is like advanced techno shaman stuff. So all right, awesome. Thank you, Jess. Thank you so much. We were just saying thank you to you. I think you obviously just jumped back into the chat. Jess is from Ontario, California. I love the fact that there is an Ontario, California, and I'm in Ontario, Canada. Like, it's crazy. Or unless, is that Ontario, Canada, Upland? Is that Ontario, California? I don't know. Is there an Ontario, California? Please educate me. Awesome. Welcome to the leading member team on for our squad here, for our community. Thank you so much, Jess. I'm gonna update the on-screen graphics here, and then I'm just gonna read some more of the chat as well. So check this out. See where it says 145 on screen right now? See where it says that right there. Check this out. Boom. 146. Yeah, we did it. All right, now I'm just going to update the on-screen graphic there. So thank you to Jay, and thank you to our recent Patreon supporters, Astra, Roots, and Rachel. So again, for those of you who are tuned in, I'll tell you a little bit more about the Patreon in a second, and our Patreon quest goal. I'd love to get 150 Patreon supporters tonight. Like, as long as my throat's able to, I'll keep hanging out with you and keep providing value and keep hyping you up. Keep igniting your soul, your spirit. That's my job. Awesome. Shout out to anybody wherever you're tuned in. Thunderfox tuned in from Canada. Go Team Canada. There is an Ontario, California. Very cool. All right. Okay. I just want to scroll up. Go ahead, team. Let me know how that last card resonated with you. Whew. Yeah, I need to rest my throat. It's gonna get sore if I keep talking too much. All right. Rachel says, nurture yourself so you can help nurture others. Very well said, Rachel. And again, like, that's worth emphasizing. I did say that, but I didn't emphasize it too much. But yeah, again, why do we work on ourselves? So that we can continue to serve others. Fill your own cup, and then the overflow can like, you know, help others. No, you're not the only. No, you're not alone, and no, you're not alone if you don't want to be. Absolutely, well said, Lily. Rachel says, affirmation: with my heart as my guide, I use my willpower. I use my will and power to be victorious in all that I do. I love that, Rachel. I'm gonna say that again. With my heart as my guide, I use my will and power to be victorious in all I do. Very, very cool. Ignite your inner flame. Exactly, Lily. Rachel says, with patience and inner quietude, I follow the guidance of my own inner light. Very well said. Kristen, just putting in a plug for the Patreon. Patreon has really helped me stay focused on the routine. We are all here to boost each other. Thank you, Kristen. Again, so many people here. Just, I love having the company, and it really means a lot for so many of you here to be taking part in our morning meditations. And again, for those of you who are new, if you're looking to connect with our morning meditations, please do. And you can also connect to our team chat as well. Again, like, we're building the team here. This is a team of shifters, light guardians, people who are helping assist with the shift in consciousness. So if you're here, you're in the right spot. All right, thank you, Jay. Woohoo! Thank you, Jay/Jessica. Jess is, yeah, and so Jess is in the mountains up in California, the Baldy Mountains. Very cool. All right, just checking in some of the other comments here. Make sure I haven't missed anything. We do have some people. We have a couple people. We have a couple people tune in on Facebook. Not many people tune in on Facebook right now, but thank you for those of you tuning in on Facebook. Quick question, Jay, is your profile Woods on Discord? If so, I'll accept that friend request. All right, team. Thank you so much, everyone. So again, we're currently at 146 on Patreon. Quick note, just for Jay and just for anybody here who recently signed up. The main activity for the leading members is through the Discord chat. The main website stuff, we're not as focused on that right now, just because it's not like really as required. It's not as a priority. But definitely just stay in communicado, like inside the Discord chat. That's the primary place, and again, that's where we have our collaborative meetings. So if I haven't approved your profile through the main website yet, just be patient with me. I have to update a few things there, but the main website's kind of secondary. A lot of the main activity just happens through the Discord, and then again, that's how you connect to our live broadcasts and stuff. Jay, quick question: how long have you been tuned into our content, and perhaps are you fairly new? And either way, thank you so much. All right, I gotta rest my throat. My throat's gonna get. Whew. All right, if you guys are having fun, drop a 333 in the chat, and we'll move into our next reading once I'm ready. For any comments on TikTok, if I didn't read those right away, I apologize. Thunder Fox, I am also a tarot reader. Awesome. Just catching up on the comments here. I am on this journey, says Karina. Thank you so much for being here. Mishi, thank you so much. Thank you for the inspiration. Absolutely. Awesome. Just catching up on the comments here. Yes. Love the sunset. Yeah, the sunset's gone now. Look, we've been doing this so long. Like, for those who tuned in earlier, like, the sun was there and then it went. Now it's gone, but it'll be back. All right. Got 5 people tuned in on TikTok, 5 people tuned in on Instagram, and 10 people tuned in on YouTube. All right, team, let's move into our next reading. Again, if anybody wants the image for this card in the write-up, send me a message either on the Discord or through Instagram. And let's do the reading for the Lightworker Oracle deck. So, awesome, you guys are ready. Sweet, Jess has been following for about 2 months now. That's awesome. Jess, did you find me through TikTok? I love the fact that so many amazing people are connecting to the team through TikTok. Like, that's why I do it. How do I connect through the Discord? Thunderfox, check the link in my profile. That's where you can find the link to the Discord. All right, let's get into this next reading. Can you guys hear the music in the background? It's like lo-fi beats. I'm not sure if you can hear it or not. So, reminder, when you sign up onto the Patreon, you also get a discount for the item shop, which includes items such as the Lumerian Light Guardian Crystal or the regular Light Guardian crystals. The Lumerian ones are like more like high tier. Limited supply of these, like literally, like I only have like so much that I can. Once they're gone, they're gone. You can also get Auralite 23 wire wraps that I've made with intention. This is the oldest crystal on Earth, very like sought after for its metaphysical properties. 1.2 billion years old. Like seriously, just like holding this, like it's like, I don't know, it's really trippy. I'm just like, what? Like this thing is so old. And crystals in themselves, they're basically like living organisms. They're like frozen light. That's honestly like one of the best ways I've heard of describing crystals, is the idea of crystals being like frozen light. Like look at this. Look at this frozen light. If I were to turn off the lights around me, you would see it light up even more. But anyways, other items through the shop, you can also get our shift buttons. These have the website for Paradigm Shift Central inside. These are tools for hacking the Matrix. If you order anything from the shop, I'll give you some of these. But when you have these, you like have them to wear them and share them. So the synchronicities will be evoked. You'll like wear it. Someone will be like, yo, like I love your button. And then you'll be like, here, you can have it. And then it connects them to the website and connects them to the project. So all right. Awesome. Yeah, and so again, just Rachel, just seeing your comment in the TikTok, I appreciate Rachel. I appreciate all of you just like kind of like co-facilitating and being so welcoming to new people. We're gonna get into this next reading in a second. I was just gonna confirm for those of you who are looking to connect. So we do have our Discord team chat. That is open to the public. You guys can join that. But then within the Discord team chat, there's like the private channels, and that's for our leading members. And again, leading members are our Patreon supporters. So, all right, let's get into this next reading. Jess, let me know if you're ready now, and we'll get into this next reading. And so again, this is reading like, yes, Jay will be helping facilitate it, but again, this reading is for everyone. So if you're here, stick around. There's a message for you. And so this is going to be using the Lightworker Oracle deck. So this one has like it's got like a different vibe to it. You'll see it once we go through it. So and again, we'll do another reading as we go, but every time we get a Patreon sign up, we'll use the Lightworker Oracle deck. So a little bit of a bonus incentive. So let's work on getting that Patreon. Again, I'd love to be able to reach 150 even during this broadcast. I know that's kind of a lot to ask for, but we'll see what we can get. Like it's only 9:30 right now. Eventually we'll probably have to stand up and stretch. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to stand up and stretch right now because my legs are going to get stiff. So Jess, let me know in the chat if you're ready, and we'll get into this next reading. So if everybody here, if you guys just want to join me, let's just like do like, this is like a morning meditation exercise. Just shake it up a bit. If you've been sitting down, just like do some big inhales and then exhale and go. Shake it up. I'm gonna do 2 more of those. Big inhale. Inhale again. Shake up that body. Good. Oh, I'm just gonna do a couple stretches here. All right, Jess is ready. Okay, let's get into this next reading. Awesome, you guys are doing great. I think I'm gonna have to get some more tea. I'm almost out. Whew. All right. And the feed's like glitching out on TikTok. That's funny. All right. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much for adding your support. Again, this is my devotion. This is my joy to assist with the shift in consciousness, build a dope team, and to be able to help serve each other. So thank you again, everyone. All right. Okay, I'll keep an eye on the chat to the best of my abilities. Let's get right into this reading. Awesome. Morphic, join on YouTube. We're live on YouTube right now. Okay. So, Lightworker Oracle deck. Jess, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop us into a place of gratitude, and then we're going to focus our intention on show us what we need to see. And so again, this reading, you can interpret this as like something that is like for you, Jess, but it is also like for the team. So for anybody here, if you're here, there is a message here for you as well. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring us into this. So for everybody here, you guys can tell like my voice is starting to get like a little raspy. So this might be, I might only be able to do like one more reading after this, and then I have to take a break. So if we can get one more Patreon sign up while we're here, like that would be dope. All right. Whew, everybody breathe. Take a moment here, just kind of like no comments in the chat just for a second. And then no number guessing game. We don't have to wait for that again. So whew, just take a moment to breathe here. So for everybody here, I just want to be able to invite you to be able to project your intentions together as a team. Allow yourself to just be in this heart space. Allow yourself to be in this space of gratitude, feeling this connection of community, even just like visualizing us kind of like hanging out in a room together. All the amazing souls, all the amazing faces, people who are here to be able to work on themselves and assist with the shift in consciousness. Beautiful. Jay, as you are in this spot, and for everybody here, Jay, I invite you to be able to focus on the intention. Show us what we need to see. I want you to speak it with your heart, speak it with your mind, speak it with your voice, speak it with your soul. And then when you are ready, Jay, type now into the chat, and then I'll split the deck and we'll pull the card following your lead. So you're going to help us synchronistically pull the card. And for everybody else here, just keep holding that intention. So I'm going to charge up the deck here. So whenever you're ready, Jay, type now. And so, my friends, let us continue to breathe. Let us continue to simply be here present within this moment as we continue to show up, as we continue to own it. The gifts that we have within our hearts that remind us that it is within this place that we truly start to see more of who we are, to continue to anchor in this wisdom of the stars, to do our best every single day, and to inspire others to see in new ways, to shift the paradigms, to open our hearts, to change this world through the life that is our art. And so as we breathe into this moment, and I wait for Jess to type now into the chat, and we will see what message the universe has. Breathe. Just breathe. Now, there it is. Beautiful. Awesome. Deck is split. Da-na-na-na. It's a Zelda sound effect. Ta-ra-ra-ra. Oh wow, this is an exciting card. You know what? With this deck is still fairly new. I have not even read all the cards in this deck because we've only been saving them for special occasions. But this is a very appropriate card to get. I want you guys to try and receive a psychic message. I'm going to send you guys a psychic message. You have no idea like what this card is even called, but I'm going to give you a clue. I'm going to send it to you right now. We're just having fun right here. Okay, this card has a title to it. It's not like cups this, swords that. It's not that. It's a phrase. It's a very specific phrase. I'm going to tell you what it is telepathically, and some of you are going to be able to hone in on it. And there's a reason why I'm trying to communicate it to you. Because it should be like one of the few things that would obviously be something that I would try to do this with. It's 2 words. What is the phrase? It is a phrase of inspiration, transformation. Drop your comments in the chat if you think you know what it is. Just take a guess. Listen to your heart. Again, there's a reason why I'm trying to send you a signal for this. I'll give you a clue if you haven't got it yet. The first word starts with a P. And the second word starts with an S. You should be able to have it. You should be able to get it. It's coming to you. It's coming to you. It's gonna make sense. It's gonna not only make sense, but it's gonna make dimes. That basically gave it away. Can you get it? Can you get it? I'll take a moment here. There's like a delay on the chat. I have to see if anybody got it. I know it seems like a stretch, but you'll get it. You'll get it. You'll understand why I did that in a second. I like your guesses. Wake up, medicine wheel, plant seeds. Oh, that's a good guess. I'll give you a hint if we haven't guessed it yet. What's the name of the project that I facilitate? That's basically it. What's that thing? What's the stuff that I do all the time? What are the things we're helping? We're doing stuff. We're the name of my website, the name of the project that I facilitate is something something central. Okay, that basically gave it away. So take a moment here, but we'll get right into this reading. Huge shout out. It looks like Maria just signed up on the Patreon. Thank you so much, Maria, for adding your support on the Patreon. Maria signed up for the $5 level. Thank you so much, Maria, for adding your support. Maria, if you're around for the next part, we can have you help facilitate this next part of the reading. Okay, you guys got it. Mr. Nolan got it. The card is Paradigm Shift. Look at that. Look at this beautiful card. Did you guys like my psychic message? Did anybody get it before I said it? Now that we got it, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So all right, let me man, my face hurts from smiling. You guys are having fun here. All right, number 4, Paradigm Shift. Let's open this up. Let's see what we got. All right, I have not read this card, but again, this card, like this deck, like, man, it gets like really like blunt, and like it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool how it does it. So awesome. So thank you again. Just wanted to be able to really just express my gratitude for our recent Patreon supporters, for Jay, for Maria, again, for previous supporters. We've had like 4 signups today. Again, to Rachel, to Haley, to Astra as well. So just give me 2 seconds here. I'm just going to update the numbers on the Patreon here. And we are one more closer to our next milestone of 150. So again, that's our next milestone. Our one after that will be like 175. Or we might even just do it as like 169 just to be able to work with that sync number. All right, there we go. Now we got Maria's screen up on the billboard. So now everyone can be like, yeah, go Maria. So special thank you to Maria. All right, beautiful. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. I know it took a while to get here, but let's dive into this reading. And again, for those of you who are here, if you are here, this message is for you. So beautiful. All right. Whew. Julia knew what it was before I said it. Julia, if you want, join in on YouTube. For those of you on TikTok, join in on YouTube. There's more people on YouTube right now. That's like the main party room. So links in my bio. All right. Let's take a look here. So this is the first time I've done this, like read this card. All right, so look at this imagery here. This is like a dope image. Like, look how powerful this is here. So the image that we have here is like this woman, this female, like sitting in front of a door, and this door is like, it looks like very like kind of like ominous, but then there's like this figure above it. And I don't necessarily just think this figure is like supposed to look like evil or anything like that, but it definitely has like kind of like, I don't know, I guess we'll have to read the card to kind of like see like what exactly the symbolism is of that figure there, so to speak. Well, it looks like my feed's glitching out on TikTok. If my feed glitches out on TikTok, I'll restart it. But anyways, there's like symbols around the door, and this woman is sitting there naked, and she has like red hair. If anything, like the woman sitting down looks like the woman in the sky. Like, if I think I may be interpreting it like that. And there's like this very powerful kind of like maroon red door, which is the same as her hair, which is the same as the sky. And she's kind of got like, it's not like an angry face. It's just kind of like a, yo, let's shift it up. Let's shift it up face. And then you got like a little bit of this nature around the edges and stuff like that. You can see there's like, this door is like kind of like a portal that just appeared. And it even looks like, actually, you know what it looks like? If you look in the back here, it almost looks like the forest is like on fire. So it's almost as if there's like, again, there's like almost like a transformation process, and the hair is almost like the smoke clouds from the forest. Again, I'm just kind of interpreting this literally. So let's dive into the reading and see a little bit more about what we got. So awesome. All right. I'm excited to read this one. This is our card, team. This is our card. This is our moment. All right. Beautiful. If the feed keeps glitching out on Instagram, I may just restart it. But it's okay for now, I think. Just give me 2 seconds here. I'm just making sure I'm not missing out on anything. Okay, cool. All right, thanks again, everyone. And thank you again, everyone, just for your support. I see your comments where you're just like, yeah, Maria, yeah, Jay. It means a lot. All right, you guys are beautiful. Really building an awesome community here every single day. So again, if you're new here, welcome to the team. So all right, number 4, paradigm shifts. Again, if you're here, listen, there is a message here for you. Awesome. Hey, Jesse, join on YouTube, watch on YouTube. That's where the party is. Links in my bio. All right, here we go. Number 4, paradigm shift. You are undergoing radical growth in your belief systems. Now is the time to challenge old attitudes and question previous expectations. You are in an extraordinary time. Great leaps forward can be made in a moment. The world you thought you knew can suddenly break open and a new world can become reality. Dun, dun, dun. Wow, this sounds awfully familiar. And again, with us doing this is a card for all of us, right? Like that was the intention. Show us what we need to see. So this is like not just people in the broadcast. This is like collective stuff. We're tapped into some like super dope stuff here. Buddhists sometimes speak of the beginner's mind, that which assumes nothing and therefore is open to everything. A spiritual psychologist might call this the inner child, as its innocent, curious, unfixed, and always learning. It doesn't get stuck on answers having to be one way. There is openness to the unknown with curiosity instead. Our souls can sometimes find it hard to recapture their knowingness. Asking someone with a lot of life experience who may have become a bit world weary to drop expectations and look at the world through fresh eyes can be challenging. Yet, life becomes much more energizing and interesting when you are open and don't hold expectations about what will be. Suddenly, you are receptive to the universe helping you in ways that, in the past, you did not believe possible, all because you kept an open mind. I'm going to reread that. Suddenly, you are receptive to the universe helping you in ways that, in the past, you did not believe possible, all because you kept an open mind. If you are feeling that you don't really know yourself, your relationships, or your place in the world as you once did, if you are feeling that what you once held to be certain now seems to be a little shaky, these are signs that you are going through a paradigm shift. This is like inspiring me to make like a TikTok video. Be like, are you going through, like, here are symptoms of a paradigm shift. It'll be like a PSA. I'm gonna do that. This will bring you new perceptions that will free you to be in the world in new ways. You will find yourself shedding old limits, fears, and misconceptions. You are stepping beyond what you have known. You are a bit like a traveler in a new city, feeling awkward until she gets lay of the land and how things operate in this new place. As you trust the unexpected and unknown, the universe will be able to help you in unexpected and previously unknown ways. Hold on, I have to restart the live on the other things real quick. This only takes 2 seconds. Drop some 1111s in the comments if this resonates with you. Like at any point, if you hear stuff and you're just like, yo, this is like some deep stuff. All right, okay, we're back on. Okay, let me just reread that last part. As you trust the unexpected and unknown, the universe will be able to help you in unexpected and previously unknown ways. Whoa, like how true is that, right? Like rereading that again. As you trust the unexpected and unknown, the universe will be able to help you in unexpected and previously unknown ways. If you find yourself questioning the views in mass media or spoken in conversation that those around you are having, take heart and know that you are awakening from a fear-based world into a love-filled reality. Your confusion will soon transform into joy at discovering that you are free and have no reason to be afraid. You are encouraged by the universe to embrace the power you have to be a free thinker. Accept the accelerated mind shift happening for you, even if it creates temporary uncertainty or discomfort. Dare to think thoughts of love rather than lower your vibration by choosing thoughts of fear. Trust, for something helpful and empowering is happening in your soul. Yo, okay. Again, drop those comments if this resonates with you. I just got to be able to jump back into the lives here, open that up so we're all good. Okay, sweet. Welcome again to everyone on TikTok. If you want to join on YouTube, click the link in my profile. Again, we're just doing Team Tarot here. Okay, so yo, this is like seriously like a super relevant card for the times that we are going through right now. Again, you know, I think obviously what is happening here right now, like within the collective consciousness, is undeniably a paradigm shift, or at least it is an invitation for people to have paradigm shift. And so again, you know, the idea of like, what is a paradigm shift? What is a paradigm? A paradigm is like the way we see things. It is the lens we see things through. And then a shift is, again, shifting from one thing to another. Awesome. Awesome. Hollow, seeing your comment, that was chills. With the readings today have said this. There you go. That was chills. So many readings today have said this. So like what we're reading right now is, again, kind of being picked up in the collective right now. That's pretty cool. So again, as we're just kind of like hanging out here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to kind of like channel in more kind of like inspiration to be able to deliver to us in this moment. And then again, keep leaving your comments in the chat. You guys are a part of this conversation. Let's interpret this together. For anybody here, if you're tuned in right now, this message is for you. This is a team reading. This is something for all of us to hear. This card is a mirror for us to be able to see more of ourselves. And again, I think this card paints a powerful picture of what is happening right now. And so again, with this card, you know, it is giving us the opportunity to be able to look at things differently, to become self-observant, to become critical, and to be able to ultimately drop into a deep space of trust. And this is the thing that I think a lot of people have, you know, trouble shifting their paradigms about, because they fear the uncertainty, they fear the unknown. And so that's where, again, you know, a card like this, I think it really calls us, those of us who are kind of going through our own process of awakening, and those of us who have kind of like stepped into this understanding of like, yo, you know what? The unknown is actually a really beautiful thing. And even within the unknown, there is an option and an opportunity for us to still be able to like welcome the transformation. You know, like the unknown is something that you can actually get excited about. And so with what is happening, again, kind of collectively, and with this card right now, this is a card that's really inviting us to either just kind of like let go of that which we once thought we knew, and to be able to step into this place of just kind of like acknowledging our fears, but then holding them in a different way. And so I think with a card like this, it's important to just be able to like not keep it as simple as just like, oh, you know, this is as simple as fear or love. I think it is being able to see the love within your fear. And I think this is actually a very, very powerful thing that probably not a lot of people really hear or talk about. Like within kind of the spiritual community, there is this dichotomy of this idea of, oh, it's a choice between fear and love. But I think the deeper choice is actually in the ability to see the love within our fear. And when we do that, that is what actually allows us to transform it. Because instead of just being like, oh, fear, bad, push away, what you can actually do is you can actually observe your fear, and you're just like, wait a second, the only reason I'm scared of things or I'm fearful of things is actually because I really deeply care about things. I care about my safety. I care about my family. I care about my friends. I care about the well-being. I care about the future. And so let that fear actually be something that can bring you into a place of courage, that can bring you into a place of power, that can bring you into a place of purpose, you know? And so now even though we are in this place of kind of uncertainty, there is still an option for us to be able to create stability, for us to be able to create something to stand on. And this is where, for those of you who have been tuned in since the beginning of this broadcast, the previous card, the first card that we did, the Swords 8, and then the other card that we did, the Knight of Spheres, that was all about critical observation, changing habits. And then the Knight of Spheres was all about creating the architecture and laying down the foundations. And this is why a card like this, instead of just being like, yo, you need to shift your paradigm, instead, the power behind shifting a paradigm takes place when we have like the structure to be able to stand upon, the foundation for us to be able to kind of create some kind of upheaval, something that may be radically different. And so again, it's not the idea that like the outside world change, but it's how we view the outside world. It's how we shift our relationship with it. There's an invocation here that I'm going to read a little bit as we just kind of continue to riff on this. And again, if this resonates with you, drop an 1111 in the chat, because again, this card is basically like affirming where we are at right now collectively as a community, collectively as an entire species. And you guys tell me, have you been observing people going through paradigm shift? Have you been observing people waking up to the idea of just like, wait a second, like maybe I don't believe everything on the news. Wait a second, you know, maybe I should start thinking for myself, sort of thing. These are early kind of steps within a paradigm shift, right? It's kind of bringing back the power to ourselves. And that essentially like is the paradigm shift. The paradigm shift is the awakening to the idea that we are multidimensional beings, that we have this innate relationship with the universe and a deep understanding that the universe is here to assist us. And it is even within the stages of the unknown that we are actually being invited into deeper parts of our power, deeper parts of our trust. And so this is where, again, you know, call to action for everybody who is here. For those of us who are at points in our journey where we have gone through those stages of uncertainty and yet come out the other side, and then we're just like, whoa, like, universe, like, whoa, like, I'm impressed. Like, you know, there was a part here where I didn't know what to expect. But then, lo and behold, you surprised me, and thanks to my attitude and thanks to my own stability and mindset, I was able to come out of a stage of uncertainty and arrive out of the other side stronger and more me, and even more grateful and even more inspired, so to speak, transformed. And so for those of us who have gone through these stages within our life where we have moved through the, you know, the fog of uncertainty to come out onto the other side, and then we're just like, whoa, now I understand. The universe doesn't just give me what I want, it gives me what I need. And so right now, like, this is literally what's happening within the collective consciousness right now. And we, those of us who have become aware of these patterns of like kind of this higher conscious idea that the universe isn't just here to make us happy, but it's here to evolve our consciousness, we have this opportunity where even right now, with what's kind of happening on a global scale, there's certain things that are outside of our control. But what can we control within ourselves? We can control the way we see things. We can control the way we relate to things. And we can assist the way in which others relate to things as well. We can plant seeds, you know, we can hold space. We can lead by example. We can live by example. We can love by example. Let our calmness be a pillar within this storm. And that is, again, like one of the most powerful things. So again, you know, like kind of like the visualization of this card is very, very interesting. And I'm honestly still kind of trying to decipher it, because ultimately, again, you know, like the paradigm shift is kind of like, it is a lot like opening a door. It's kind of like entering into a new space, entering into a new way of being. And so again, you can kind of like move from one perspective where it's just like, I'm just a cog in the machine. And maybe you're not even aware that you're a cog in the machine. I listen to, you know, the government and everything like that. And again, I'm not saying like this isn't supposed to be like some sort of debate on like, you know, I don't think that every single authority figure is like behind and involved with some sort of conspiracy or anything like that. But I think there is kind of like this like mass kind of like almost like psychosis that is happening right now. And there are people that are just kind of, they don't have their shit together, and they're the ones that are in control. And then their lack of shit getting together is affecting other people's shit. But then as a result, their place within this story is actually evoking a paradigm shift within other people. You know, so like if you had a teacher that was just like super like, you know, just kind of like really clear, really on point, and just kind of like giving you all this information, and then you were just like, oh, this is awesome, this is awesome, this is awesome, And then like but then like if that was the case, if the teacher was so good, you would actually probably like not necessarily like, I don't know, I feel like your paradigm shift would have been like more gradual. But if you were to go from a place where you're like listening to a teacher and you're just like, I trust them, and then suddenly like a red flag pops up and you're like, wait a second, and then that red flag is actually almost like a key to your liberation, where suddenly the universe is just like, all right, it's time for you to think for yourself. It's time for you to see things differently. It's time for you to open the door and to be able to step into your own power. So again, I think that's kind of the idea, is that, you know, like there is a door within each and every single one of us, and that door is like the other side of a paradigm shift, the other side of being able to adapt a new way of seeing things, to cultivate a new level of awareness. And so again, with this paradigm shift that is happening right now, this literally is an opportunity where people all over the world are changing the way they see things, and not only see things, but also themselves. And this is where, again, you know, as much as the paradigm shift is also going to be like, you know, like sociological and, you know, like even just like political and everything like that, the most important paradigm shift that is happening is the internal paradigm shift about how we relate to ourselves, and how we develop that relationship between ourselves and the world around us. And again, this is where we start paradigm shifting our way towards understanding that we are more than just our physical being, that I said university, that's essentially what it is. This universe wants us to wake up. It wants us to evolve our consciousness. It wants us to be able to question things. It wants us to get curious, and it wants us to step into our power. Not everyone will step through this door. And I think that's honestly like part of like the journey. It's part of like the paradox, is that there will be many people, and they will fight tooth and nail for their paradigm. You know, again, it's almost like this like metaphor that I've kind of like heard related to, like, again, kind of like this matrix idea, where it's like, you know, like some of us are waking up within the matrix. Like literally, we're waking up within the matrix. And again, the word matrix literally means womb, by the way. I'll just add in that point. Matrix comes from the word matriarch. It literally means womb. So for those of you who thought that the word matrix is just like a negative thing, the word matrix is literally like this idea that we are being birthed right now. And so what happens as we escape the matrix, that is us like birthing our consciousness. But within the matrix, you know, there are going to be those who will defend the matrix to the death. They will uphold it to the death. Like they will be like fighting it tooth and nail. But then again, like our fight is not with them. Like our role is simply to govern ourselves and then to lead by example. And then maybe over time they will allow themselves to just kind of like see through our own example. And this isn't like an us versus them. The big paradigm shift is understanding that everything that is happening right now, it's all us. It is all us. The people in like political roles, the people making decisions in the world right now, the people who you might not agree with, the people that are on one side of the spectrum and the other, it's all us right now. And the biggest paradigm shift that we can do within our own being, the most empowering thing that we can do, is to radically have compassion for all beings, even the ones that you don't agree with. And to be able to kind of like sympathize and empathize in a way. And again, not in kind of like, oh, like I sympathize because you're an idiot. But again, just to be able to like deeply understand kind of like where their soul is, and to be able to understand that their soul is still a part of like an equation within a bigger circumstance that is in itself leading to the awakening of consciousness within other beings. Like this is the thing. This is kind of the yin and the yang. This world has it all. This world has the highest highs and lowest lows, the yin and the yang, people who are waking up and people who are staying asleep. Yet the people who are staying asleep are actually part of the catalyst that is waking other people up. Let that sink in. It is all us. The people who are still asleep are a part of the equation and a part of the catalyst that is helping others wake up. Drop an 1111 if you resonate with that, because again, I think that's a paradigm shift in itself. So again, with this card, let this card be a call to action. Let this card be a reminder of what it is collectively that we are going through right now, and what can be on the other side of this door. What does that paradigm shift look like? What do you want it to look like? So even for everybody here, I want you to even drop like affirmations into the chat. What paradigm do you want to shift into? And you can say like, I want a paradigm of, mindfulness, compassion, unity, equality, awareness. Write these words and even just like echo the things that I just said and stuff like that. What paradigm are we shifting into right now? And again, this is like a political shift in the paradigm, but this is also a spiritual shift in the paradigm, a consciousness shift within the paradigm. Because when we change the way we see ourselves, we're also changing the way in which we see our own power. And so let us shift into a place where we are aware of our power, but also in a place where we can deeply trust in this process. What would it, this is a powerful idea right now. And I'm saying this relatively speaking, take it with a grain of salt. If it resonates with you, cool, go with it. One of the most powerful things that I brought into my awareness way back in the day is this practice. I didn't read this anywhere. I just kind of like developed it because I needed to in a moment under extreme stress, is a practice that I refer to as radical non-worriness. Radical non-worriness. And basically what this means is that it brings you into the opportunity that in spite of whatever the fuck is happening around you, things may seem crazy, things may seem shitty, and this doesn't mean forfeit your responsibilities, but even in the midst of the storm, can you practice this idea of radical non-worriness where you're also dropping yourself into a deep place of trust? And so right now, even though the world is like, yeah, like things are uncertain right now, but what would it be like for us to deeply know and trust that what is happening right now is happening for the quote unquote the best? And I don't say that in a way which is again like diminishing any of the fact that like, yes, shitty things are happening, people are hurting and things like that, but honestly the fact that people have been hurt through like again the context of what's been happening over the past couple months, the fact that people have been hurt, the fact that people have been suffering, honestly, we should be using that as like motivation to move forward with even more intention. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And I'm not literally calling it a sacrifice. I'm just kind of more using that as a cliche, you know, like if we were like fighting in, like it's basically like a psychological spiritual war right now, right? And there are souls that are on the front lines and they are dying. You know, they are dying and everything like that. And therefore, let us kind of like allow us to feel their suffering in a kind of like as much a way as you want to, but actually let us inspire us to be able to be like, let's move into the best future where we can kind of again heal this, where we can use the fact that again, you know, the paradigm shift is sometimes we have to see things we don't want in order to be able to figure out what we do want. And so right now, that is what's happening. People are being faced front and center with a lot of shadow. And this is an opportunity where in the face of this shadow, in the company of this shadow, we get to have a conversation with it. We get to pay attention. We get to listen. And we get to decide on what it is we want to be able to change. How do we want to change? How do we want this new paradigm to be able to look? So again, reading some of those things in the comments, a paradigm of openness and acceptance of endless possibilities, a paradigm of love and kindness, understanding, acceptance, growth, and learning, a paradigm of coexistence. Beautiful. You guys got it. So again, with this card right now, this card, and again, we're going to wrap this up here because I have to stop talking. I can't keep talking forever because my voice gets sore. But there's an invocation here I'm going to read in a second. That's a part of the book. This is a card to action that really invites us to be able to see our role and our significance within this bigger story that is happening right now within this paradigm shift. It is our place to be pillars, to be leaders, to be vanguard. And again, this is going back to the other cards. It is about working on ourselves. Like, yes, we can just kind of go out there and help others to the best of our ability. But one of the best ways that we are helping with this shift in consciousness, with this paradigm shift, with this anchoring in of these new energies is by working on ourselves. By stepping into the best version of who we can be, by again doing the little things. It's again like this shift in consciousness. I'll say it again because there's always going to be new people who are tuned in. Like this spiritual awakening, it begins with the little things. Let it start at the root. Mindfulness, meditation, food, diet, exercise, sunshine, social interaction, sleep. Like that is the foundation, and habits, consistency, that will transform who you are. But as you do that, it will allow you to show up as a pillar and a leader and a vanguard and a pioneer within this shift in consciousness, within this paradigm shift. Let us anchor in the future that we wish to see right here and now, and let us feel that vibration because it already exists. and let us align with that feeling right now. So let us embody the virtues of the new paradigm, the virtues of serenity, the virtues of justness, the virtues of compassion, the virtues of gratitude, the virtues of temperance, the virtues of cultivation of energy, the virtues of patience. Those are all the virtues of the chakras for those of you who are who are not familiar with those. So drop some 1111s in the comment if this is, like, again, inspiring for you and hyping you up, because again, this is a call to action. If you are tuned into this broadcast, you are a part of the paradigm shift. You are a part of being able to see things with new eyes, to perceive the world through the shift in the consciousness that is inside of you, to see things differently, and to see things through the lens of love, to see things through the lens of courage, to see things through the lens of importance and inspiration. And so let us come together as a community. Let us continue to support each other. Let us continue to build. Let us continue to move forward within this narrative. And so there's a lot of narratives happening right now. So I really encourage you to be able to find the narrative and to align with the narrative that is going to be the narrative that will empower you, the narrative that will bring us together. And that is the narrative of us continuing to come together as a team of light guardians, of shifters, people actively helping assist with the shift in consciousness. This is what we have been getting ready for all of these years. And this is even still getting us ready for the future. So let's anchor in those energies now. Let's be a part of the paradigm shift. Let's allow ourselves to drop into that place of trust and let us embrace the unknown. That is a powerful thing. When you work on yourself, you will find yourself ready to be able to embrace more of the unknown. So again, as you trust the unexpected and unknown, the universe will be able to help you in unexpected and previously unknown ways. That is powerful. When you are open to the idea of the universe being able to support you in unexpected ways, it will support you in unexpected ways. So if you find yourself questioning the views of the mass media or spoken in conversation than those around you that are having, take heart and know that you are awakening from a fear-based world into a love-filled reality. Your confusion will soon transform into joy at discovering that you are free and have no reason to be afraid. You are encouraged to be the universe. You're encouraged by the universe to embrace the power you have to be a free thinker. Accept the accelerated mental shift happening for you, even if it creates temporary uncertainty and discomfort. Dare to think thoughts of love rather than lower your vibration by choosing thoughts of fear. Trust something helpful and empowering is happening in your soul. And again, just adding my own thoughts on that. Don't just think of it as seeing it as a choice between love and fear, but see it as a way to be able to see the love within the fear. I think that is very important, because you don't just want to see people who are scared right now. You don't want to just like shame them, be like, stop choosing fear. It's about choosing love and light. Me. Like, that's what we sound like to them when we do that. Like, they're just like, shut up. Like, what? Instead, let us kind of like find a way where we can meet them and honor the fact that their fear is real, but there is also love within their fear. And then to be able to help like kind of like anchor this into this new way of being. Take care of yourself first and foremost, help others along the way as best as you can. And yeah, this is a very, very powerful card. So again, drop those 1111s if this resonates with you. For those of you tuned in on any platform, for those of you tuned in on TikTok, if you want to jump over to YouTube, please go ahead and do that. The link is in my bio. Awesome. Thank you to those of you who are just jumping in again. So again, this is a call to action. This is reminding us of the paradigm shift that is happening right now and our role within the paradigm shift. And again, even just the paradigm shift that is happening within our individual paths. What does it feel like for you to be able to trust the unknown? Can you do that? Can you trust the unknown? Can you trust that the universe is here to serve you? And here's the kicker. The universe will not always just simply give you things. Instead, we have to prepare ourselves to receive them. So this is where it goes back to the inner work, the inner transformation, the inner alchemy. And how do we prepare ourselves to receive them? By tuning into broadcasts like this, by changing the narrative, by changing the way we show up, by working on ourselves, by practicing mindfulness, by allowing ourselves to be kind towards ourselves and others, etc., etc., etc. So my throat's getting sore. I'm gonna take a break here, but we're gonna read the invocation here, and then again, keep leaving your comments. I'm gonna read those on the screen in a second. So this is what's referred to as the invocation. Every card within this deck has an invocation. So as I read this, imagine yourself kind of saying it to yourself. Invocation. Through divine grace and unconditional love, I open my mind to the higher truth of love. May my mind be cleansed from conditioning and gently open to the light of love. I am willing to unlearn what no longer serves me. I am willing to receive teachings and information, guidance and assistance from those beings of pure light and unconditional love that can assist me on my life journey now. May my paradigm shift bring me closer to peace, love, empowerment, and happiness. May this process be held in guardianship by the universe with grace, mercy, and tenderness. Through my own free will, so be it. So, again, ultimately at the end of the day, this card is just basically encouraging us to be able to think for ourselves, and again, see things as information and be able to kind of like question things, get curious about things, and then allow ourselves to kind of choose what are the stories, what are the narratives that we want to align with. And so the narrative that I put in front of each and every single one of us now is a narrative of us coming together as a team to be able to support each other and to grow together and to be able to help lead the way, to be light guardians of the future, anchoring in this like warrior archetype, the sacred warrior archetype that is rooted in wisdom and rooted in like a deep truth within our heart and a deep trust. So allow ourselves to like kind of like show up on the front lines together as we move into this unknown, but we move into it with courage. Maybe there is a little bit of fear there, but that fear is met with a certainty of love at the same time. So thank you again to all of you paradigm shifters out there. What a beautiful card to be able to receive here together as a team. So again, drop those 1111s if this card just kind of like pumped you up and stuff like that. And yeah, super powerful card. Thank you, Jay, for helping facilitate with choosing that card. All right, I just need to rest my voice. That was a lot of energy I just poured into there. So whew. If you guys are enjoying the energy, again, please feel free to just let me know. Your support, like, it's appreciated. It really is. All right, I gotta get some more tea in a second. Quick intermission, and I'm gonna read some of the comments about how this resonated with you, and then Maria, if you're still here, we can do another reading. I'd love to be able to get if we can get like even just like 1 or 2 more Patreon signups, that would be dope. So again, for those of you looking, our Patreon signup is at 147. You can see the link for the Patreon down below. The link is in my profile link for those of you on TikTok and Instagram. That's a monthly micro contribution to support the work that I do for the community, but it also gives you access to a private membership for those of you signing up at the $11 level or higher to join as a leading member. So be right back. I'm just going to turn on my kettle, like 1 second. So. Sweet. If you guys are having fun, drop a 777 in the chat if you guys are enjoying this, because we can do more of these broadcasts. Like, I've done a bunch of these, but we're doing it a little bit differently this time. It evolves as the community continues to evolve. So thank you again for being a part of the evolution. All right, I'll read comments on TikTok and Instagram as they come in. Hey, Beloved Courts. So, Beloved Courts, if you want to join in on YouTube, first of all, you can. The link's in my profile, and the Patreon link is also in my profile as well. So the Patreon, again, just to confirm, the Patreon is a monthly contribution. So again, that's to be able to like rebuild regenerative income, which supports, again, like as an entrepreneur, like this is my devotion, this is my job. But again, it's the community that helps make it possible. And that's something to be celebrated, because I know you guys like appreciate the work that I put into it. And like, I'm sure if you're tuned into this, you're like, fuck yeah, Brendan, like own it, kick butt, kick ass. Let's get this message out there. Because if you enjoy like the message we put out, you want it to be able to reach more people, right? And so that's my job, to be like an ambassador for this message and for us together to come together to support it. And again, all the work that we're doing right now for the Patreon, that's like creating foundations for like more work that I'm doing. Like, believe me, like I've been preparing my whole life for us to be where we are. So like 10 years of like getting ready, and here we are, and we're kicking ass. Like, we are kicking ass, team. So I'm gonna read those comments in the chat. Okay, gotta go up a bit. Thank you so much. For everyone here, do your best to just kind of be very intentional with the comments in the chat. Obviously, if it's just like a number thing, that's fine. But other than that, try not to leave just kind of comments that are just kind of redundant. And I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that, but that way, so it just helps me go through and read the comments and make sure I don't miss anything. So again, kind of treat the chat. Again, this is like a sacred digital space. This is like a temple. So I just want you to be aware of that. So, all right, affirmation. The struggle is over. The heart has won. I am reborn. A new day has begun. Rachel, I love that. I love your little like poetic kind of like cadence to that. Rachel, another affirmation. I inhale and nurture myself. I exhale and cleanse myself. I am open to the awakening within. Rachel, beautiful. Rachel's one of our Patreon supporters too. Greta Lilly, thank you so much for showing up as well. Mr. Nolan just saying they had wicked deja vu. That's a good indicator. Like, yeah, if you guys are tuned into my broadcast and having deja vu, like, have we been here before? I had deja vu like a couple days ago when we were doing a broadcast. I'm like, when we were doing the dream class on Thursday, I had major deja vu. So I'm like, yeah, I've done this before. All right, Tree Hugger Empress, thank you so much for joining in. Says, love this reading. Thank you. Oh yeah, Maria, you already chose a card. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. This is why I need you guys here. Kristen says, thank you for facilitating this space. Thank you as well, Kristen. Kristen, again, one of our Patreon supporters. Rachel, affirmation. Through concentration and dedication, I am willing to channel this channel. I am a willing channel of spirit manifest on earth. Beautiful. Driblix, welcome. You are not late. A wizard arrives precisely when they intend to. Going up earlier, was there any other comments here? Listen, pay attention, have faith in the universe. We have to feel it to heal it. Very well said. Exactly. From darkness comes the light. Whew. Beautiful. Well said, everyone. All right. Okay. Let me just go get my tea. Again, if you guys have any other comments about like how this resonated with you, please let me know. Jay, even if you're still with us, please let me know how this resonated with you as well. That was a beautiful team card that we pulled. So good job, everyone. Again, just checking any comments in the other chats. For those of you tuned in on TikTok and Instagram, if you jump over to my YouTube, you can join in there. What would happen if we were to like, again, do more of these broadcasts? What happens if we have like 50 people tuned into these like live tarot readings, you know? And again, not even just these, like what happens when we have like more people tuned in for our morning meditations? So again, quick reminder for those of you who are here, make sure you're subscribed to my YouTube channel and make sure you click the bell notification. Team meditations, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Driblix, we're just doing some tarot readings. We just got done a really powerful one all about paradigm shift. So Maria, since you already did a reading, are you cool if we just kind of like make the reading, we do like the number thing again and try and do it for someone from the chat? If you're cool with that, let me know. And again, I would love to be able to see if we can get another Patreon supporter while we are still here. I'm only going to be able to be on here for, I don't know, this might be the last reading because my voice is getting pretty sore. Beloved, if you want, go ahead and join the YouTube channel and feel free to just kind of like be in the energy of that space. Like, not a problem. I'm grateful you're here. So every day is a teacher. So whew. All right, yeah, my voice is getting pretty sore. Whew. I like how some of you are still tuned in on TikTok and Instagram while in YouTube at the same time. Stella, I see you on Instagram and on YouTube. Bear back, just filling up my tea. Go ahead, stretch break. All right, team. Thanks again, everyone, for joining in. I appreciate you guys supporting. Thank you, Jess, as well. Whew. All right, Jess, did I already ask? What's your username on the Discord? And Maria, I can see your friend request. I assume it's Woods, so I just accepted you guys' friend request. So I'll add you guys in. So Jess, I'll add you in as a leading member in the Discord once you confirm your username. And Maria, if Maria, again, just a reminder that you still have the discount for the shop. as well as a Patreon supporter. So, and then if you want to like upgrade as a leading member, you're more than welcome to. So, and again, reminder that the contributions only process on the first of each month. So like, even though you signed up, like nothing's processing until later in the month. All right, team, just quick energy check-in. See how I feel right now. So we still got about 13 people tuned in. Da, 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 da. All right, Maria says, I think Maria's cool to if we do a choosing from someone from the chat. This might be the last reading, and again, I just have to be aware of the fact that my voice is gonna. I have to rest my voice, my beautiful voice, so and chill out for the night. So it's been how many hours have I broadcasted today? It's almost like 5 hours of broadcasting. That's a lot. So I'm gonna get up and stretch, and then we'll go into another reading. Again, team, if we can get another Patreon sign up, that would be super appreciated. Again, you can sign up at patreon.com/Brendan Colton. Links in the YouTube info, patreon.com. Link is through my profile for those of you on other platforms. Excuse me. We still got 8 people tuned. If you're tuned in on TikTok and if you're tuned in on Instagram, just drop an 1111 in the comment. Let me know you're there. Like, I just want to see like who's online right now, and then just be able to give you a shout out and thank you for joining. And for those of you on like YouTube, just like drop an 1111. Just like let me know you're here. I just want to be able to like see who's still here. And yeah, we'll do at least one more reading. Yeah, save it for laughing tomorrow and your Arnold voice soon. Oh yeah, Mr. Nolan knows. He's like, I told you guys, once we reach 150, I'll do like I'll do an entire meditation broadcast using my Arnold voice. I don't know if I'm joking or not. Some of you are gonna be like, please don't. I'll just do it for a little bit, or maybe I'll do like a special meditation as Arnold. So awesome. All right, I'm just gonna get up and stretch right now. Quick stretch break, and then we'll move into our next meditation, or what? Our next reading. I'm getting drunk here. Whew. Oh man. All right, everybody, go ahead, stand up and stretch. Oh, thank you, Greta Lily. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you, Autumn Originals. Cool names. I love seeing all your like superhero names. Oh, just stretch it up a little bit. As we just like change the mood real quick. Whoops. All right, we'll do another reading in a second. I just need to stretch. All right. Rachel, thank you for putting so much energy into this space, sending some healing energy your way. Thanks. I can feel my voice getting better already. So, Arnold as in Hey Arnold or something? No, Arnold as in Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know how to do Hey Arnold's voice. Beloved Quartz, this is a tarot reading. Vicky, thank you so much for your comments saying, hey, I love all your videos. Thank you so much, Vicky. Again, for those of you tuned in on TikTok, click the link in my profile to tune in on YouTube. We're gonna do another reading in a second. I'm just taking a quick break because I'm like giving her right now. I mean, you guys are still entertained if I just like literally just like spin saber for a bit, right? This is like, hi, welcome to my cam show. Dun, 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 dun. Sign up for my Patreon and I'll spin my lightsaber for you. Wee. Oh, the joys of having my own apartment. I can just like make as much noise as I want. I'm glad you guys are entertained by this, right? Again, this is just a quick intermission, so. All right. One more reading, but if we can get one more Patreon sign up, we can do like 2 more readings. So let's work on getting that next Patreon sign up. So again, for those of you who are tuned in, you can see on screen right now, you can see our Patreon goals. So shout out to our newest Patreon supporters. Shout out to Maria, shout out to Jay, shout out to Astra, shout out to Roots. And yeah, you can find more info there. And again, when you sign up, you can get a dope like mini lightsaber. Basically, that's essentially what these are, like little lightsabers. So, and they change colors too. And again, those are like handmade by me. And you can also get the Orlite 23s if you want. Oldest crystal on Earth. Whoa! All right, okay, let's get into this next reading. All right. Thank you, beloved court. Says most inspirational entrepreneur. So proud of you. Thanks team. All right, let's turn this light back on. Whew. All right. You want me to stop talking? What? I'm allowed to not talk? Didn't even know that was an option. Crazy. Alright, I'm looking forward to finishing this broadcast. Like, honestly, and then I'll just like flop on my couch and I'll just be like, feels great. I love doing that. Alright. Okay, let's get into this reading. Alright, so Maria helped us pull the card earlier in the reading, so we're going to do a reading based on the number system again. So for those of you who are here, stick around. I'm going to explain this to you. For those of you who are on TikTok and Instagram, if you guys want to join in on YouTube, the link is in my bio. And yeah, again, let's see. Like, if anybody here, if you're thinking about signing up for the Patreon in the future, or even like tonight, drop a 777 in the chat. That way so we can at least just kind of like get a little bit of foresight. Cool. Okay. Whew. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it. This is going to be the last reading. So this might not even be a long one, but yeah, let's do the Lightworker Oracle deck. And then we'll do some more readings another time. And yeah, and again, if you want to sign up on the Patreon at any point, please feel free. And again, for people already signed up on Patreon, like, please feel free. If you want to, like, you can change your amount that you're contributing. Like, it all helps. It really, really, really does all help. That way, so it can like help pay rent and buy food. Human things, right? But again, it's not just that. It's like continuing to support me as I continue to just like kick it out of the park for the entire team. So beautiful. All right, sweet. Let's do this, team. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna pick a number, and you guys are gonna guess. And the first one to guess the number is going to be the person who will help facilitate the next reading that we do. Thank you, the only person tuned in on Facebook. That's so sad. Facebook has one person. Like, what is wrong with Facebook? Like, I don't know, man. It just doesn't work anymore. I don't know. Crystal, great question. I'll have to say that for another time. The numbers mean whatever you want them to mean. They're like the higher self speaking to you. If you check one of my videos about the meaning of the 1111 phenomenon, Crystal, check that video, scroll down a bit, and it will explain some general concepts there. Cool. Aloha to Light Priestess. Thank you so much for joining in. Again, if you're tuned in on TikTok or Instagram, click the link in my bio to join in on YouTube. All right. Okay, cool. We got 14 people tuned in on YouTube. I'm happy with that. Like, that's awesome. So, and we got 12 people tuned in between TikTok and Instagram. Okay, for those of you who are here, we're about to get into our next reading. Thank you, everyone. Please feel free to send healing vibrations to my throat as it gets pretty tired. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Greta Lilly, for adding your support to the Patreon into the future. And again, let's see if we can get one more Patreon signed up. So for those of you who are tuned in, and if you're like a fan of my work, help us move that dial to 148 by signing up to the Patreon. And again, that's a monthly micro contribution. Join as a leading member. Join a private community chat. This Thursday, actually, I'll just mention this real quick and then we'll do the reading. This Thursday's team broadcast, which leading members can join on air for, is going to be like a free flow conscious conversation. It's going to be really fun. Like, we're just going to talk about like so many things. It's going to be like starting from one topic and then kind of like moving into other topics. It's going to be really fun. So now is a great time to sign up as a leading member, actually. All right, team, here's the plan. I'm going to tell you to guess a number, and I'm going to give you the bracket for that number. I'm going to pick the number in my head, and you get 3 guesses until I tell you you can have more. So I'm going to pick a number. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay. The number is between 300 and 333. Start leaving your guesses now. The first person to get it will help facilitate the next reading. So like you'll help draw the card. It's not like for you, it's for the team, but it's for all of us. So start leaving your guesses in the chat now. The number is between 300 and 333. Leave your guesses in the chat now. And the first person to get it will be the first person that will be the next person that we do that will help facilitate this reading. And so it's coming through on TikTok. It's coming through on YouTube as well. So go ahead, leave those comments in here. I already got it. Like, and I'm not going to trick you or anything like that. I already picked it. Let's see how quick we can get this one. Somehow the other ones took like hours for us to get. All right, I'm keeping an eye on things. Let's see what we got. I'm looking for it. We got 333, 307, 319, 308. We got a high number of 329, 322. We're coming in with a 314. We got people on the TikTok dropping in 327, 325, 303. We got 302, 302. I got words pouring out of my face. We got 316. We got Stone Cold Steve Austin, 316. We got 314. Come on, team, you can do this. Sending it as a psychic signal. Somehow it's going to happen again. We're somehow just going to miss it. We got 330, 323, 301 coming in from Light Priestess. We've got Jillian dropping in with the 304. We've got Jade dropping in with the 327. For those of you just joining in, it's a number between 300 and 333. First one to get it gets to help facilitate the next reading. We got 324 from Alien Spectre. We've got 332 from Great Lily. You guys haven't got it yet. This is going to happen again. I'm just gonna stop talking for a second. I'll just wait for you guys. This is a good chance for me to rest my voice. I'm just gonna do Reiki on my voice. I'll let you know when you got it. Yeah, I mean, you guys can take your time. I need a break anyways. Go ahead. If you already guessed 3 times, you can guess again. So you can add more guesses now. Go ahead. Add as many guesses as you want. But don't like spam. Don't like literally type it in. You got like 3 more guesses. So be specific. It's happening again. Somehow you guys are just not landing on it. There it is. 320 dropped in by Greta Lily. Congratulations, Greta Lily. Let's hear a little bit of a round of applause for Greta Lily. Woohoo! Yeah, good job, Greta Lily. All right. So with that said, let's get ready for this next reading. So congratulations, Greta Lily. So again, for those of you who are here, let's see if we can get another Patreon sign up while we're here. And again, even if you're signing up a little bit later. So again, the Patreon, if you're a fan of my work and you're just like, yo, this guy's making dope content, signing up on Patreon is a great way to do it. It only costs like the cup of 2 coffees. Is that a good way to put it? And again, it only costs I don't know what else to compare it to. So, but again, if you're a fan of my work, signing up on the Patreon is a super dope way, not only to be able to say like, yo, this is awesome, keep doing what you're doing, but it's also a way for you to be able to like support yourself as well. Because when you sign up onto the Patreon, you can get involved with like our membership community, which is our leading members space. And again, you can join our on-air broadcast coming up on Thursday, which is going to be our Synergy Circle at 8 p.m. on Thursday. You get access to our private team chat. You get access to me as a conscious media creation coach. You get to join our collaborative work periods. You get discounts for the shop. So lots of really cool stuff. So again, let's work on getting that next Patreon sign up. I would love to do that. In fact, I will not sign off until we get 1 more Patreon sign up. I'm committed. So for those of you looking for the Patreon link, the link is in my profile. For those of you on TikTok and on YouTube and on Instagram, please feel free to click the link in my bio. For those of you who are just joining in and you're just like, wait a second, isn't he on for like 3 hours? Oh, that poor puppy. I just wish I could pet him right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I could really use some pets right now. Somebody just like, if somebody can just like gently just like give me a little bit of that would be nice. Just like a little bit of like gentle like kink Reiki would be nice. That's a thing in itself. Has anybody ever thought about that? Like combining like kink with Reiki. So it'd be like slapping someone's butt, but being like, this is Reiki energy. I can't say that with a straight face. Anyways, let's do a tarot reading and completely forget what I just said. No, I'm not joking, actually. That's actually a really cool thing. I'm open to it, so. Anyways, all right, let's move into this next reading. So, Greta Lily, what I'm going to do, I'm going to invite you to be able to help facilitate this next reading. And for everybody here, if you're here this reading is for you. So I like how some people are like laughing at what I said. They're just like, oh my god, did he just say that? I think everybody here enjoys a good butt slapping, and we just don't talk about it enough. Did I say that out loud? I think I did. So it's okay. Honestly, like, embrace it. It's cool. I love it. So, all right. Okay. Greta Lily. Let's totally change the topic here and drop into the space of intention. I love that you guys are on board with that. That's hilarious. I'm going to make a video about that. That's my next TikTok video. It's going to be like kink Reiki. Get ready for it. All right. Okay. Everybody here, close your eyes. Stop laughing. Stop. I dare you. Laughing yoga, real quick. No, just, okay. As long as we're having fun. Okay. Everybody here, go ahead, close your eyes. Allow yourself to just keep a smile on. And so again, this is a team intention. So I want everybody here to just take a moment to breathe. Relax. Just bring yourself into the space of gratitude. The space of compassion, the space of inspiration, the space of community. Greta Lily, what you're going to do, and for everybody here, I'm going to guide you through on just being able to set the intention of show us what we need to see. And then Greta, as we walk through this, you're going to type now into the chat when you're ready. And then that's when I'll split the deck and we'll synchronistically pull the card following your facilitation. So Greta, hold off just yet. Take a moment here for Greta, for everybody here. Speak the phrase, show us what we need to see. Speak that intention. Speak it with your heart. Speak it with your mind. Speak it with your voice. Speak it with your soul. Greta, when you are ready, type now into the chat, and I'm just going to charge the deck a bit. And so, my friends, thank you for being a part of this story. Thank you for being here as we continue to rise into our glory, having fun and slapping butts. We're doing our best to share that love. And so let us rise into this space as we continue to open up and to take part in this race in which we all win simply for being here, simply for participating as we continue to make things clear. So I thank each and every single one of you for being all that you are true as you continue to change this world through the power of your heart, as we use this superpower and change the world through our art. And so as we take this moment for Greta to type now into the chat, we shall pull a card to see what message the universe has. Breathe into this moment. Hold that intention. Once Greta types now into the chat, we shall split the deck. Now, there it is. And pulling the card. Da-na-na-na. These cards come with their own sound effects. I don't know if you notice that. I don't make that noise. It's the da-na-na. It's the card making the noise. All right. Before we move into the reading for this card, thank you so much for our newest Patreon supporter, Stella. Yes. Stella, thank you so much for joining on the Patreon. Stella has signed up as a leading member on the Patreon. Thank you for Stella. Let's give a nice warm shout out welcome to Stella, and I'm going to update the on-screen graphics for that. I haven't even looked at the card yet, and then we're going to move into this reading, and this may be the last reading for today unless you guys convince me to stay on longer. Hey, as long as we're getting Patreon signups, I'm green. Like this is my job, right? Like we are the Patreon. Think of it as like fuel for the rocket ship. Like that's basically, so like as we're like think of Paradigm Shift in general as like a spaceship. And so the Patreon is like fuel for the spaceship to help us fly it. And then we're flying it as a team. It's a Paradigm Shift ship. It's the friendship. So, okay. Thank you, Stella. 138. Stella's name is now up on screen. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you, Stella. So shout out to our newest Patreon supporters. Shout out to Stella. Shout out to Marie. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to Astra. Awesome. So we've had 3 Patreon signups so far during this broadcast. Good job, everyone. We're almost at 150. All right, let's do this. Don't forget the bloop. Did the bloop. All right, let's take a look at what card we got. Whew, okay. Beautiful, awesome, good job everyone. If we can get up to 150 tonight, like, I will shift my pants live on air. No, don't, that's... I apologize. All right. Okay, just catching up with the comments. For those of you tuned in on Facebook, if you guys want to jump over to YouTube, please feel free to do so. You can find the link for the YouTube in the Facebook comments. For those of you tuned in on Instagram, and for those of you tuned in on TikTok, you can also find the links for the YouTube through my bio. So hi Beverly, I'm not sure if you're still tuned in. Beverly is one of our Patreon supporters as well. So scooby bop bop bop. All right, aren't you guys curious as to what card we got? I know I am. Let's take a look. I haven't even looked at it yet. Okay, here we go. Whew. Okay, interesting. This is a card that I have not read before. Again, there's several cards within this deck that I have not even read because we were saving it for special occasions. So the card that we have pulled on behalf of Greta for the team is Soul Child. Wow, look at that imagery. I'll just take a moment here, just kind of like hold that on screen, and then I'll open up the book and read a little bit more. Dude, that is a dope image. Awesome. All right, I'll hold it back up. Just give me a second here. So that's card number 14. Oh, 14. That's like my hockey number. 14 was like my big number growing up. I had that as my hockey jersey for quite a few years actually. For those of you tuned in on any platform, for those of you on TikTok and Instagram, drop a 333 in the chat just to let me know that you're tuned in. Awesome. All right, team. As we're doing this, again, if anybody wants to sign up for the Patreon as we're doing it, let's get up to 149. Like, I think we can do that. Like, I definitely think we can get up to 149 within this broadcast. So, again, if you're a fan of my work, if you're just like, yo, let's like keep investing in each other and everything like that, and you want to join a private community of leading members, definitely sign up for the Patreon when it works for you. Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Light Priestess. Thank you, anybody else. Thank you, Miss Damon. Thank you, Original Raylene. Again, if you guys wanted, for any of you on TikTok, there's more people tuned in on YouTube right now. So if you guys kind of want to like join the party on YouTube, click the link in my bio. And obviously you need a YouTube account to be able to comment. So looking at this, whoa, this one's deep. Like, okay, like I have not read this card before. So looking at the image here, okay, so image wise, what do we got here? So there is a child, obviously, and then next to them is actually a bear. Like, it's a little like stuffed animal. Actually, how do I know? Maybe it's not even a stuffed animal. Maybe it's actually just like a real anthropomorphic being that looks like a little teddy bear. On other planets, there's like little beings that look like little teddy bears. Maybe it's actually just a little teddy bear. Why am I just like, wow, I hope somewhere there's some sort of creature that looks like a teddy bear, and then I'm just like, oh wait, they're called bears. They're called actual bears. So anyways, clearly I'm a little tired right now. That's all right. This is where like the readings can get extra fun. Okay, so look at this card. So here we have this child standing on like this landscape, which is like, I don't even know if this is like supposed to be like water or like red sand or something like that, but it's reflecting this like beautiful light coming down from what appears to be the sun or like the mothership, and you can see these beautiful like lens flares there, assuming those are interpreted as lens flares, and these beautiful kind of clouds. I don't know if the clouds actually have a specific relevance to the shape. Kind of looks like lips or someone lying down. And you have like this concave shape within the structure of the land. You can see this kind of arcing pattern that kind of creates almost like a fisheye lens for the view of the entire thing. Yeah, and like this child is just kind of in like jubilation, kind of being like, yeah, sunlight, woohoo. And again, these dark, beautiful, vibrant reds and a little bit of like some mountains off in the distance. Super powerful image. And again, like literally like a lot of these cards, I have not even like looked at a lot of these cards. This is like, I don't know, this is like opening up like a Magic the Gathering deck and finding like a hologram card. You know what I mean? Guys know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about? How many people here played Magic the Gathering and like, you know that feeling when you open up a new deck and you're just like, oh, what did I get? You know that feeling? Absolutely. Greta mentioning red root energy. Very, very powerful. All right. So for those of you who are here, thank you so much for being a part of this circle. If you are here, this message is for you. So Greta helped facilitate it. But again, this is a team reading. So the intention being show us what we need to see. So I'm gonna dive into this reading, and let's see if we can like reach that 149 Patreon supporters. Let's see if we can reach that. Like I think we can reach that like before I like drop out tonight. So like I might do that. Like I might just stay on even until we reach 149, maybe 150. Again, it's up to you guys. So let's do this. All right. Again, Patreon link is through my profile for those of you looking to connect on TikTok and Instagram. Only takes 3 minutes to sign up, and for those of you on YouTube, you can find like a button over there. It's like up in the corner, or it's in the info if you're on mobile. All right, let's do this. If you are here, this message is for you. And I have to restart the broadcast. 1 second. The broadcast ends on TikTok and Instagram when it reaches an hour, which means, my goodness, are we at 3 hours? Yeah, we are. We're at 3 hours right now. Give me 2 seconds. I just got to restart the broadcast real quick. This only takes a second. Click, 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 and click. And then we just wait a couple seconds. All right. Whew. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to pull right. I'd rather restart it before we get mid reading. Okay, dokie. All right, just opening up the feed again. All right, we are back live on the talk. I like calling TikTok, I like thinking it as like soul talk. TikTok is actually soul talk, and it's TALK, soul talk. I feel like that's like an app in itself that hasn't been invented yet. Soul talk. All right. Anyways, thank you for those of you joining right back in on TikTok and Instagram. We're just going to get right into this. So again, if you are on anything but YouTube, feel free to join on YouTube. Click the link in the profile to be able to join in. For those of you just joining in, you're right in time. Let's see what this card has to say to us. So again, I have not read this card, so this is like brand new for me. So let's get into it. So Soul Child, that is the name of this card. Card number 14. If you are here, there is a message here for you. So stick around. There's something here for you. Allow yourself to even just kind of like meditate while listening to me talk here. So number 14, Soul Child. Rebirth is upon you, beautiful child of the universe. You have prepared for new life, and it is starting right now. The divine moment of rebirth, which occurs after a period of struggle, of intense inner work and physical transformation, has arrived. Enjoy getting to know this new self. It is a new day, a new beginning, a new you. Like an adventure enjoying the discovery of a brand new world, take your time to explore the increase of your light, power, and love. You have undergone the death of the old order. Nothing is as it was, nor will it be so again. You have had to learn detachment, to release and let go, and over and over again. In so many ways, you have experienced inner death as you bravely surrender that which no longer serves your growth in this lifetime, even if you once loved it dearly or couldn't imagine life without it. Deep inside, through that process, your soul has been gathering energy. It has been drawing it away from the old forms of your life and relationship, from your old belief about health, finances, work, and from what used to hold meaning to you. It has done so in order to feed the new soul child being carried within your body. Whoa, this is like a powerful, powerful concept. We're like carrying our soul child version of ourselves inside of us. For those of you just joining in, your perfect timing. Stick around. This is a powerful message to you. Allow yourself to just kind of like listen. This new you is filled with divine light, love, and power. Your soul child, this newly integrated self, is preparing for birth now from which is no longer something new, is now being born. Sorry, let me read that again. From that which is no longer something new is being born. You are ready for the next cycle or phase of your life. Even if, like a newborn colt learning to stand steady on shaky legs, you are not sure of your strength, Be reassured. The new self you are experiencing will grow strong and powerful soon enough. Let confidence let confidence in your new self emerge. Reflect upon how different you are now to a year or even a month ago. Be curious about who you are now. Do not expect the same reactions or experience you encountered in the past. It is a time of celebration and acknowledgement that a new day, a new you has begun, a journey in the physical world. You shall enjoy the divine harvest of all of your growth and effort. This card can also indicate that a child around you, perhaps one about whom you have been thinking deeply, is particularly gifted or spiritually oriented. This child may have an important mission this lifetime and need your loving support and spiritual encouragement to thrive into that mission according to his or her own divine timing. This card may also be a sign that a new business idea, professional or personal relationship or lifestyle choice is going to support the growth of your spirit in a positive and encouraging way. If this is the case, that new idea or connection will lead you to the birth of creative new programs, ideas, and structures in your life. On the other hand, if something has been flagging in energy or success, but you are not yet inclined to give it up, this oracle comes as confirmation and encouragement. Rebirth is going to happen. Do not give up. Sometimes it is darkest just before the dawn. Wow, powerful card there. Give me a second here. Just gotta take some sips. Again, if you guys resonate with that already, go ahead, drop some 1111s down in the chat. Let me know. For those of you just joining in, we've been doing tarot readings for the past 3 hours tonight. And again, our intention with these tarot readings is to be able to cultivate inspiration, to be able to draw inspiration from this card. Miss Damon says, this is definitely a card that I deeply relate to in this current week. Very powerful. Light Princess, thank you for the compliments as well. All right, see everybody dropping those 1111. So Rachel already dropping into some affirmations. So again, add to the conversation in this. For those of you on TikTok and Instagram, if you haven't yet, jump over to the YouTube. There's more people on the YouTube chat. So allow me to kind of extrapolate on this, to practice kind of channeling in more information to be able to serve us in this moment of what this card can be a reminder of. And again, whenever we do these cards, again, see it as a mirror for us to be able to see ourselves. And again, this reading that we're doing, the intention here is to show us what we need to see. And as much as this is like a personal card for anybody tuned into this broadcast, I think once again, this card like relates collectively to what it is that we are going through all together now, right now. So this idea of, again, a soul child is very, very powerful. It really brings in this fascinating concept of the idea that like we are constantly being reborn throughout our lifetime. You know, we have this idea that like physically we grow as a child and we become a young adult, and then we eventually become an adult. But we forget that even within inside of us, there is literally kind of parts of ourselves that is continuing to grow. And in order for it to grow, it too must begin in an infant state. And those parts of ourselves can be, again, you know, the part of ourselves that is like more connected with our heart, the part of ourselves that may be like more confident, more courageous, more inspired, more kind of like just kind of like a leader, more of a creator, more of an artist. And so this is kind of reminding us that that is already within inside each and every single one of us. You did not come here on earth unless you already had those elements of creativity and inspiration inside of you. There is literally a leader inside each and every single one of us. It is an archetype that is inside each and every single one of us. And so when we acknowledge this, we also invite the opportunity to be able to reflect on how can we nurture it. So this is a very, very powerful card that again reflects on the idea of rebirth. And so there's this very powerful phrase where it's basically the idea that the fate of destruction is also the joy of rebirth. Say that again. The fate of destruction is also the joy of rebirth. And so right now, again, kind of drawing, like you can, for those of you who have been tuned in throughout this entire broadcast, you'll actually see like the synchronicity from one card to the next. This commonly happens within our broadcast. So this is where I feel like, again, for those of you who may be new, try your best to kind of like listen to the previous readings when we do these, and you'll see the syncs. But again, this card is really basically laying down this foundation of being able to kind of trust in this process, that right now things are kind of breaking down in order for something new to be built. You know, like scaffolding is kind of like, you know, there might have, like, think about it. You can use this child of a metaphor, but you can also kind of like visualize, you know, almost like a house or like architecture, where it's like, you know, maybe the architecture of who we were, our life, our pillars, things that we thought were once stable are now starting to deteriorate, are now starting to crumble, and now the house is starting to collapse. And we have a choice. Do we try and live within that old side, inside that old part of ourselves? Do we hold on to it and hold on to it to the bitter end? Or do we step outside of it and acknowledge that, you know what? I can create a new house. I can birth a new version of myself, and I'll do it from the parts of myself that I can still recycle, that I can still continue to like implement, but I don't have to continue being the old version of myself that I was. And so even for those of you who are tuned in right now, you know, like, what would it be like if you were to just kind of like imagine that kind of ideal version of yourself, that golden self, the golden elf, so to speak? And again, in order to be able to acknowledge that that is something already inside of you, it also acknowledges the role in which we play in nurturing that. And basically, again, this is where we get the visualization of it being like a child inside of us. And so let this child be a child that is going to grow strong, that is going to grow powerful. And even though as a child, it may be, you know, like not as strong, it may be vulnerable and everything like that, it is up to us to be able to help nurture, facilitate, and lead it. And so this idea, again, this is very metaphorical opposed to just literal. So again, that idea of a child inside of you could be like birthing this idea of cultivating more mindfulness, cultivating new habits, cultivating more awareness. And again, it's the little habits. I keep saying this over and over and over again, but spirituality is not just this idea of opening your third eye, activating your kundalini, and ascending to the fifth dimension. It begins at the roots. And in order to be able to nurture the child inside of us, we need to, as I keep saying, pay attention to our diet, pay attention to our exercise, practice meditation, get out, get sunrise, get some sun on you, pay attention to your social interactions. What is the environment like? Social environment. What is your media environment like? Pay attention to where you're putting your focus. So we literally have to kind of treat ourselves like a child, in a sense, where there is actually a part of ourselves where, you know, if the child is left unchecked and unsupervised, it's easy for that child to just kind of wander off and to just kind of like get lost and to just even get hurt. And so we need to be able to nurture, and almost, again, I've said this before, like I think I literally said this earlier in the broadcast, we're basically like in a place where we need to babysit ourselves. And I'm not saying that in a way that's like meant to sound like kind of like mean and condescending, but it's just acknowledging that like within inside of like this new growth of ourselves. So let's say this new version of yourself is the you that's going to meditate more regularly. It's going to develop a better habit. It's going to eat better food. It's going to kind of like love itself more kindly. It's going to surround itself with better people and everything like that. If we have that intention to nurture that child inside of us, then we, as the adult that we are, consciously need to show up for it each and every single day. Otherwise, it will wander off. It will get lost. It will just kind of do its own thing. So we need to be basically, again, like treating ourselves like we're babysitting a part of ourselves that is continuing to grow, that is newly growing, that is still cultivating the habits. And once the habits continue to mature, this child becomes us. It integrates. So again, this is this idea that inside of us, we are not just linear beings. We are not just this one simple thing. There is a seed inside of us that we are nurturing. And as this seed continues to grow, it allows us to become like more of who we are. And in order for it to be able to like be birthed within inside of us, that also means being able to let go of that which we no longer are. And so again, this is a powerful thing where the journey of awakening, it's not just about, you know, knowing who you are. It's about knowing who you are not. And who you are not is, again, self-limiting beliefs. Who you are not is like friends who treat you like shit. Who you are not is like a job that doesn't fulfill your soul. Who you are not is what the government tells you what to do and things like that, you know? Like who you are is like what is deeply within your heart when you listen to it and when you sit with it. And so deeply within each and every single one of us right now, I encourage us to be able to practice connecting with our heart. And within that heart, there is the wisdom of the child. But again, the child isn't just something that we should see as a lesser than. It's just a stage within the journey. In the same way that the seed is the entire tree, this child is also, again, the seed which is growing inside of us and so as we continue to become more of who we are. Again, for anybody who's here, if this resonates with you, if this is like here to just be like, yo, I needed to hear this is hyping me up, drop those 1111s in the chat. Add your own thoughts, add your own voice to the conversation. But again, this card, with any of these cards, the intention for us to see this is for us to be able to hold a mirror up to ourselves. And this is also a reflection of where many of us are at right now. You know, where many of us are at right now. Many of us collectively, all across society, all across the world right now, we are literally going through this process of death and rebirth. And we've already been doing it, and we're doing okay at it. And the thing is, we can get better at it. Can you get better at letting go? Can you get better at trusting the universe? Can you get better at cultivating new habits, new routines, and transforming yourself into who you want to be? And it's not like you're just like aimlessly like, you know, shooting into the unknown. Who you are transforming yourself into already exists. It is already there. It is already inside of you. And what we're doing is we are nurturing ourselves, and we are bringing ourselves into the vibration where we match that here and now. And simply by knowing that, simply by me just kind of saying these words is, again, just words to be able to remind you and support you on behalf of like the universe. I remind you that, again, you know, like who you wish to be is already inside of you, is already a part of you. And so allow yourself to just kind of like feel that. Allow yourself to feel who this child is growing up into. And so again, if you've kind of like grown throughout your life, and you know you've grown as into an adult, and it's honestly, this is gonna sound interesting, but it's okay for you to be unsatisfied with who you are, because you have the choice to become something more, something that builds upon who you are. If you are unsatisfied with who you are, that is actually a very, very important voice that is actually guiding you. That is actually the voice of the heart. That is the voice of the child. That is just like, hey, like, let's do something else. Let's go on an adventure. Let's travel somewhere. Let's do something, and like travel in a metaphysical sense. Let's step into more of our power. Let's level up. So again, if you are unsatisfied with who you are, use that as a chance to get curious and decide for yourself, who do I want to be? And you don't have to know the answer to that, but you can know that as you nurture yourself and nurture that child within inside of you, that voice will become louder. That voice will become stronger, and this child will grow into the leader, and it will lead you, and it will integrate into you, and you will be it. The child becomes you. So what within your heart right now is a reflection of this soul child. Again, we literally go through stages. It's not literally just like, you know, childhood to adulthood and then that's it. It's literally like childhood to adulthood, but then within inside of that, there's like cycles of growth, rebirth, death, rebirth, death, rebirth. And so for all of us right now, this is giving us a very powerful opportunity to be able to let things die. And I don't mean that in like a morbid way, but I mean that in a way where, again, like the seasons, things come and go. And as we continue to let go, we make room for more. We make room for that which is new. So again, yeah, Miss Salvatore, that's a good way of putting it. Said it's like being pregnant with energy rather than a baby. So again, I feel like that's the great way to just kind of feel it. So again, for each of us, feel that inside of you. Feel this idea that you are carrying this energy inside of you. You literally are. It's like that's a great way of putting it. And so, and what you are birthing is a new you, is a better you. And then it's not to say like better as in somehow what you are right now is any less. What you are right now is equally sacred, equally beautiful, equally valid. and a stepping stone within the journey. You do not have to be who you are now for the rest of your life. You have the free will to change. You have the free will to decide who you will be tomorrow. And again, it's the little things. It's not like you just wake up and you're just like, I did it. I'm a better person now. It's a transition. It's a process. It's a, like the birthing process can take weeks. It can take months. But again, going back to the other cards, it's about the foundation. It's about the architecture. It's about planting the seeds and nurturing the crop and showing up day and day again. It's about the consistency, and it's about building in community to be able to support each other in this inspiration, So again, like this is a very, very powerful card. There's an invocation here that I'm going to read as we go through it. So again, this card, the other part of this card, again, I think it's a powerful reminder about like the idea that like literally this card can also be for some of you an indicator of like, if you see like a young physical human, like a young child, be there for them as a leader, assist them to the best of your ability, because again, you are actually learning by teaching as well and by facilitating, and you'll see more of yourself. And in the same way you would help a physical child grow and learn, kind of like a Jedi training a Padawan or something like that. Do that with yourself. Treat yourself in that same way. So this is a beautiful card to just be able to remind us and honor our journey of like rebirth, to honor this journey of cycles that we go through, and to honor the parts in ourselves right now that need our attention. Do not neglect the soul child inside of you. Do not let it just starve. Do not let it be ignored. Listen to it. And you listen to it when you listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. Practice dropping into meditation. Listen to like that, what it is that like, listen, like, what do I want for myself? Like, what do I want? And that little voice inside of you will be like, like, I want to be able to like develop more resilience. I want to be able to like tap into my dreams. I want to cultivate my imagination. I want to connect with like-minded people. I want to show up in service. I want to show up as an artist. I want to show up as a creator. I want to show up as a family member. I want to show up as a member of society. I want to show up as like a healer. I want to show up as a listener. All of these things, they're all inside of you. They're all inside of you. So again, if this resonates with you, let this card just be a powerful reminder that you are already on your way, that you are already doing the work, and continue to nurture that soul child within inside of you as you continue to birth into who you are meant to be. And again, as you do this, you'll help others do the same. You're not just doing it from a place of like, just as like, I just want to, like you're doing it from a place of service. You're doing it from a place of altruism. As you work on yourself, you are literally working to show up for the rest of the world. As you nurture your own heart, you nurture the heart of the world. As you shift your consciousness, you shift the consciousness of the world. As you show up for the soul child within inside of you, you show up within the soul child of the collective. So let us see, what will this child grow up to be? And that is a deep question. And let us sit with that. And then again, let us nurture that. Let it nurture it every single day. Again, for those of you who are here, if you're new to my profile, you are most invited, and I would love for you to join our team meditations Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We come together as a team to practice mindfulness meditation. It's really fun. Like, it's actually fun when we do it. It's very creative, and it's like lighthearted, and we smile a lot. And again, when we do this, we are building momentum. We are showing up every single day. We are creating new patterns, new routines, new habits. So the child that you are growing inside of you is the habits, is the routine, is the consistency, is the foundation, is the architecture. Do you feel me? Drop an 1111 in the chat if you resonate with what this card is about. And again, your purpose here on earth is to know thyself, and to just be able to practice connecting with your own heart. And then over time, your ability to get clear on how you can help others will reveal itself. So right now, if you're just kind of like unsure of your purpose, know that the moves that you can make are in your ability to be able to show up each and every single day to practice meditation, change your diet, change the way you go to sleep, practice like getting sunshine, exercising, building resilience, building momentum, refine yourself. Show up to this like a school. This is your school right here and now. And again, our free will is in our free will to just not show up to class. But what happens when you show up for yourself each and every single day? Don't even worry too much about the idea of what is my purpose. Just focus on what you can do right here and now, and then trust that as you do this, everything else will kind of reveal itself over time. Maybe you don't know your purpose right now, because that's basically the universe saying, like, that will come in time. That will become, that awareness will evolve as you continue to work on yourself. Don't worry about trying to figure out what your purpose is right now. Just work on connecting with your heart, connect with yourself, connect with this moment, practice meditation, practice mindfulness. Again, it's the little things that make the big difference. In the same way, you know, like, how do you take care of a baby? Like, it's not that complicated. You feed it, you let it sleep, you change its diapers, you nurture it, you spend time with it. That's about it. Let's do that for ourselves. And let's do that to the point where we continue to grow every single day. And then lo and behold, flash forward like 6 months from now, and you're like, holy shift, I am a new person. I have clarity. I have insight. I have inspiration. I am tapped into my gifts. I am tapped into my talent. I have a different outlook on how I see the world, and I have a different connection with my heart. And this like child has now grown, and now it is me. It is me. And you change the way you see the world. You look, you like, even now, like, start looking at the world as if you were looking at it through the eyes of the child version of you. See the awe, see the magic. This world is a magical, magical place. And so by being able to tap into the kind of like that inner child within inside of us is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And listen to that inner child within inside of us that says like, yo, we're here for an adventure. Let's show up each and every single day. And that adventure is you showing up on the mat. It is you showing up for our team meditations. It is you changing your diet. It is you journaling. It is you paying attention to the things that you're giving your focus to. It is you connecting with community. All of this invests in yourself. And let us as a community, as a team, again, for those of you who are tuning in, this isn't just like, yo, I'm just talking here and I'm on a pedestal. This is us as a team. This is us coming together as a team. And it is the momentum of the team that will continue to spark our soul. So let us as a team continue to nurture the soul child within us as we continue to mature together. We are literally like growing. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you stop growing. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean that you're grown up. We are constantly growing. And sometimes, again, the mindset of thinking that we're already grown gets in the way of us growing further. Allow parts of the old paradigm to be let go of them, and make room for that which is new. Make room for this newness within yourself that is in your heart, that is ready to be birthed. This is a powerful, powerful card. So I'm going to read the invocation here again. Leave your comments of gratitude. Just let me know if this hypes you up and pumps you up. And again, if you're just pumped up by this, just joining here, if you like the energy of just like me sharing this, you're most welcome and invited to join in for our team meditations Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So literally like in 11 hours from now, at the time of this recording, we'll be live through YouTube and through TikTok and Instagram doing our team meditations. Kristen saying, love this so much. Thank you again. Thank you again. I am here to be of service. I am here to be a mirror. I am here to hype you up. I am here to support. And again, we are here kicking butt as a team, as a community. So bringing the unity into community. Let's read this invocation. As I read this here, I want you to just kind of imagine you're saying this to yourself. So invocation. I am a child of the universe, divinely loved and empowered to grow into a shining, radiant soul of love. May all aspects of my life journey be blessed to grow into their most beautiful and loving form. May all the people and ideas that are in need of protection so they may grow into their divine fullness be blessed and supported by unconditional love. Through divine grace, so be it. Yeah, and again, you know, I think it's also this idea that like it's not just you're not the only one that's like taking care of this child, quote unquote. The universe has our back, and the universe will nurture this. The universe wants to be able to like help this child grow within inside of us, and that will show up through synchronicities. That will show up by you happening to tune into a tarot reading broadcast and getting super pumped. That will show up in, you know, like finding new books, watching new videos, developing new habits, allowing yourself to just kind of like wake up each day and just be like, you know what? Like, I'm going to start my day by tuning in for the team meditations, because I know when I do that, the rest of my day just is like so kick ass and everything like that. And again, when you do that, the inner child is like, yes, So I want you to get really good at kind of tapping into your heart and find those things that is going to make that inner child that is growing each and every single day get excited about. That inner child is like, yes, like I want to grow, I want to evolve. Again, it's almost like an inner child. It's almost like an inner Pokemon at the same time too. It's like it's evolving inside of you, and you are that which it is. So again, let's nurture that soul child within ourselves and continue to step into who it is we are here to be. And again, that's how we change the world. That's what we're here to do. So we're still growing each and every single day. So honor that journey, nurture that journey, connect with your heart, and show up for yourself, for the team, for the world. So drop some 1111s if you enjoyed, if you resonate with this, if this is like, yo, that's pretty, pumping me up and stuff like that. And again, you're right where you need to be. You're right where you need to be. The power that you have is in your ability to make the little differences. It's the little things that make the big difference. How you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you're just like, yo, I want to show up to be the best version of myself, start by showing up onto the mat and doing meditation. And again, if you're new to meditation, show up for our team meditations. We are here to be able to help assist and facilitate. Like, you are not in this alone. I know being in it alone is the challenging part, but you are not in it alone. And the fact that you are not in it alone is like a huge, like that's a huge, like that's huge. That's huge. That should be such a relief. That's just like, oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I'm not alone, right? We have a community. We have a team. This is exactly why I've been building this for 10 years. Is I've been getting us ready for these moments where it's just like, yo, what do we need right now? We need each other. We need community. We need powerful story. We need powerful narrative. We need powerful habits, consistency, all of that, and that is what's going to nurture that growing aspect of our soul. So bam, pop those collars, kick some butt. We are showing up every single day. Good job, everyone. Actually, I prefer my collar down, quite frankly, but anyways. I'm going to read these comments in the chat. Katie says, the whole purpose speech matched my intention in a group guided angelic meditation earlier today. Beautiful, Katie. I'm so glad to hear. Again, for those of you who may be new, if it's your first time tuning into like our broadcast or a live broadcast, or if you're a new follower on my TikTok, drop a 333 in the chat, because I just want to be able to like see your name and acknowledge you as well. Light Priestess, we are one. Absolutely. So again, please feel free, for those of you who are here, add your like affirmations into the chat. Like add like a little bit of like, your own voice into the intention of this card. Just gonna read some more of the comments as they come in. Mr. Nolan, thanks indeed, or else I'd be off to thank you, Mr. Nolan, as well. Awesome, go team. Rachel, seeing a lot of 1111s. Great job, everyone. So again, reading the comments on the chat as they come in, and just kind of resting my voice for the next little bit. Again, go ahead, for those of you on TikTok, drop a 333 into the chat if you're quite new. Yeah, Miss Damon says, I've had memories of my past life this week, and I now know it's because of that chapter ending and a new chapter beginning. Very powerful. Absolutely. Again, the fate of destruction is the joy of rebirth. That's a quote from Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's an anime that probably like 1% of you are familiar with. Rachel dropping in the affirmations. My roots go deeply into the earth, and my soul reaches higher to connect with the source. Rachel, beautiful. I love your affirmations, Rachel. I really appreciate you adding those to the chat. Like it's quite special. Rachel leaving some comments up from above. I'm going to read those as well as new comments are coming in. Start your meditations in your feet. Imagine roots growing deep, down as deep as they possibly can. Visualize the dirt moving aside as your roots descend. And then imagine the energy flowing back up through each part of your body, reaching your crown. Finally, begin to visualize a pillar of light extending all the way from your roots through your spine up to the sky and beyond. Very, very well said, Rachel. Definitely a fan of that style of meditation as well. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Mr. Nolan. We're not here to play this game on easy. We came here to level up. You do not level up by just like staying in the beginner stage of a video game, right? You have to journey outwards. You have to go beyond level 1, and we are here to level up. So the challenges, that's like us, like getting the experience to level up. Wombies, thank you for your comment. Caddy, thank you for joining as well. Or Katie, I apologize for the pronunciation. For any of you who are joined in, Wombies, welcome. For those of you who are joined in who may be new, again, if you're fairly new user, drop a 333 in the chat. User 319 Anatoly suggested you. I'm happy I found you. Thank you as well for joining in. Shout out to Anatoly, a good buddy of mine who's also, again, leading by example. So I assume you saw that through the We Are the Blue Beings video, I imagine, unless he mentioned me somewhere else recently. Feel free to let me know, user, how exactly you came about that. Kristen, nurture your inner child and love yourself for your uniqueness. Everyone has their strength and power within. Very well said. Awesome. Beautiful. All right, team, keep leaving those comments in the chat. You are part of this discussion, and yeah, we'll hang out here for a little bit. If we get another Patreon sign up in the next little bit, like, I would be down to do one more reading. Like, I have a bit more energy now and my throat's doing okay. We're working again. You can see our Patreon goal down below. We're currently at 148. 150 is our next milestone goal for Patreon. And again, Patreon is a platform where you can support artists with monthly contributions and get cool rewards and perks. So I have a Patreon, we have a Patreon, and when you sign up on Patreon, you can also join to be able to be a leading member within our community. And that's to be able to like get exclusive access to parts of our team chat, join our collaborative work periods, and also to be able to join our on-air team broadcast. But again, your support in all forms is equally appreciated for everybody here. And this Thursday's team broadcast, for those of you who are excited to be able to join on air for that, it's going to be good. Like, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be like a classic style, open, free flow discussion related to like conscious themes. So we'll like start with one topic. We might start, I don't know, I feel like we're going to start with like synchronicity or something like that, because I feel that's like a very fascinating topic. And then we're going to kind of like move in from one topic into the next, and we're just kind of like let it unfold like a fractal. So that'll be really exciting. So leading members, looking forward to having you on air for that. So again, a little incentive there for people who want to join as a leading member before Thursday. Mr. Nolan, root, graciously breathe in the sacred love of the earth and graciously breathe out your love back into the earth. Complete the cycle. Well said, Mr. Nolan. Appreciate you being here, dude. Really, really do. Mr. Nolan, one of our Patreon supporters. Shout out again to several of our Patreon supporters who are here. Mr. Nolan, shout out to Kristen, shout out to Rachel, shout out to Stella, our newest Patreon supporter, shout out to Jillian, shout out to Marie, and if there's any other Patreon supporters in here, shout out to you as well. Autumn says, I appreciate your love for your craft and sharing your energy. I cannot believe you've been on here for almost 4 hours, plus the meditation you did in the morning and all the other calls. Thank you, Autumn. Autumn, which Autumn, thank you so much. And Autumn is like a new user as well. Thank you so much, Autumn. I appreciate it. Like, it really did. Like, again, like I've trained myself to be able to like show up for these broadcasts, because every time we do this broadcast, like, think about it, the fact that we did this broadcast, what did we do here? We connected as a team and we planted seeds. There were things that were said during this broadcast that were like something that someone heard. They were just like, whoa, I needed to hear that. And it served them. It nurtured them. That's a very powerful thing. Like, I may not be out there doing free hugs right now, but even still, like, let my presence here be like kind of like an energetic hug, like an energetic like gesture of support. So this is like how I can support, just by being able to show up and do, you know, broadcasts like this. And again, for everybody here, join our team meditation Monday to Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, that's awesome, Rachel. Okay, that makes sense. Rachel says that Autumn is their BFF. That's cool. That makes sense. I was like, how does like Autumn knows about our collaborative team calls? Like, who is this? I didn't know who it was at first. So Rachel, thank you so much for inviting Autumn. That means a lot. Again, I'm super excited about the team that we are building here, the collective community and like the leading members. So again, if you're tuned into this broadcast, like, you are a part of the team. Like, you are a part of this global team of shifters that we are building, people who are actively helping assist with the shift in consciousness through acts of creativity, compassion, and personal development. And again, this project, I began this 10 years ago. It started off as like a single club in my college, and I started making YouTube videos, and I'm like, yo, okay, let's like keep building the team. Let's start doing broadcasts. We were doing podcasts back in 2011, talking about metaphysics and consciousness, encouraging people to create paradigm shift communities where they were, teaching people about how to do free hugs, teaching people about how to create conscious media. And now it's continued to evolve. And again, we got the Patreon now. And then again, if people are ready, signing up onto the Patreon is a great way to not only just be able to like energetically pay it forward, to be able to like honor the energy exchange through financial support. That's one of the many ways. But again, for you to also get involved and for you to be in the space of like constant community support and everything like that. But again, for those of you who aren't ready to sign up for the Patreon, you're still totally welcome to join our team chat, and you'll still get like notifications. You can be a part of the conversation. And then again, joining on the Patreon as a leading member will give you like access to our private areas of the chat for our leading members. Light Priestess, many blessings. Got to go. Many blessings to you, soul brother. Keep shining your light. Thank you, Light Priestess. I'm not sure if you're still tuned in, but thank you as well. I love that. Miss Salvatore says the universe wouldn't give us this card if we weren't strong enough for it. So we've all got this. Very well said. Exactly. You know, and I say that a lot. Just reminding people, like, the universe doesn't give us anything that we're not strong enough to carry, right? Like, anything that we go through is because we are there to grow through it, right? As simple as it sounds, but it's a very, very powerful idea. Beautiful. All right, team, I'm gonna just rest my voice for a bit. Please feel free to continue kind of like adding in, you know, affirmations or just more kind of like thoughts into the comments of how this resonated with you. We're gonna stick around here for a little bit. I'd love to be able to see if we can get another person signed up for the Patreon, and then I'm gonna wrap it up. We may do one more reading if we get one more person signed up. Otherwise, we'll call it a night. If we can get 5 readings during this broadcast, that would be dope. Is that, we've got 4 readings? Did we get 4 readings tonight? No, we got did we get 4? No, we got 3 readings since we've been on air. Yeah, and Astra joined slightly before the broadcast as well. So yeah, we went from 145 to 148. Sweet. All right, awesome. Rachel says, thank you for creating and all you do. Thank you for holding this space. So much love and gratitude. Yeah, again, I'm glad you guys really resonate with this, because again, like, this is like the power of like intentional sacred digital space. Like, sacred digital space, that is like kind of like a new concept, but a very powerful one. I want you to just be able to like reflect, you know, on like what that is. It's like a virtual temple space. So again, just as like a side note, like as we're just kind of chatting here and keeping an eye open for new Patreon supporters, if there's anybody in the chat who's ever like just kind of like leaving trash in the chat, just like showing up in our temple and like leaving muddy footprints all over the place, like they're gone. Like, I ban them. Like, it's like basic, like that's within the community guidelines. So again, just I just want to be able to echo that, because again, like the constant kind of like maintaining of the space is very, very, very important for me. So just kind of know that, like, yeah, we create this as a very intentional, safe space. So oh, do I look tired? Do I look like I've been broadcasting for 4 hours so far today? Yeah, no, absolutely, I'm tired. My hair's crazy. I need a haircut. Someone come over here and put a bowl on my head and cut my hair. Anyways, I'd love to be able to see if we can get one more Patreon sign up. I may actually just kind of switch things up and just play some video games for a bit, just to kind of chill out. So yeah, my voice is like, I gotta save my voice, right? Yeah, we did 4 readings during this broadcast. Go team, paradigm shift. Fuck yeah. All right, awesome. Megs is asking, I'm from Australia, so how much would it be to join? So Megs, so Megs, let me just figure out. So joining as a leading member, it's $11 US. Again, reminder, the contributions only process on the 1st of each month. So if you're signing up today, like, it doesn't cost you anything. The process comes through on the 1st. To Australian AUD. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm just doing a quick conversion. $11 US is 16.80 Australian dollars. So that is like the sign up contribution for leading members if you're in Australia. And again, if you sign up, there's like the other tier at like $5 level, and that gives you like the access to the discount code for the item shop, and then the $11 level is that. But again, like if you were to like sign up like at the $11 level, and then again you like buy items from the shop, like you're saving that money back. Like if you get like a Lumerian Light Guardian crystal, like you're saving that money back in getting a Lumerian Light Guardian crystal that you would normally spend. So yeah, and $15 Canadian would be what the $11 is. Yeah. I'm from Canada. I am from the mystical lands of Kenyatta. It's like Narnia or something. Thanks, wireless. Yeah, 4 hours. Drink, and I didn't even drink any energy drinks. I just got tea. But yeah, we're gonna wrap this up soon, team. If somebody's thinking about signing up for the Patreon, Let me know. Megs is saying they're okay, no worries, I'll join now. Sweet, Megs. All right, well, if Megs is gonna join now, yeah, we can do, like, I got enough energy for another reading. Like, I'm basically a machine. So you guys fuel me with your love. So I just have to drink my tea and rest my throat every now and then. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna rest my throat real quick. I can feel my throat's getting pretty sore though, so I'll just kind of like drop it an octave. I do want to jump off the broadcast eventually at some point. Then I can just like hang out and talk to my girlfriend for a while. So she's probably just like, babe, come pay attention to me. You've been broadcasting for 4 hours, but I appreciate what you do because I know what you do makes a difference and it really means a lot to people. So keep doing it. That's what she's like. All right. I am half British. That is correct. Stella, bonus points for you. Yeah, another stretch break. Stretch break. Lightsaber break. Stretch break. Honestly, huge shout out to those of you who have been tuned in for 4 hours. Like Rachel, Nolan, Stella, Jill, anybody else. Like, you guys have been tuned in for 4 hours. I hope, like, again, if you're ever tuned in the future, just kind of like multitask. Like, you know, if you're like doing some art or something like that, shake it up, shake it up. Working our way to 150 Patreon supporters. You know, back in the day, like we actually, I was actually at like 160 something Patreon supporters. What was the highest I was at? And then it drops. Like, that's the thing with Patreon. You have to keep building it, because like honestly, in all the years that we've been doing Patreon, right now we actually have like about like 150 people who are signed up for the Patreon right now who just like have their donations on pause. So if every person who signed up for the Patreon right now was still contributing, we would have over 300 Patreon supporters, which is pretty cool to think about. And again, it's totally like, again, like I'm like, that's like totally just kind of like within the nature of things. So like if people need to pause their contributions, like it's totally cool. You know, again, I only want you to do what's best for you. Yeah, our highest that we were at was 166, but I got a feeling we're going to surpass that pretty soon. Like, again, I'm working towards our goal of 200. And then that will be huge as well. So yeah, and we're currently at 144. So our highest the Patreon was at was 166. And yeah, part of my motivation for doing the Patreon, again, like, yeah, like obviously I do have rent to pay and everything like that. Like, we actually, one of the Patreon supporters, he's been involved for quite a while. He was supporting like $96. He was the only person supporting that high, but then he recently dropped his to like $11. So that's where, like, right now, and there was another one that was $69 and then it dropped to $33. So right now, based on the math, we are currently, based on last month, we are currently negative $23 from where we were last month. So again, like, I'm like building it back up, but again, it just motivates me to just like build it to the point where it's like very, very like sustainable and everything like that. So, but thank you again, everyone, so much for your support. Like, again, like being in this space, like being in this apartment and everything is made possible because of you guys, like because of the team. And again, I want to be able to continue to use this space just in like such a badass way where I'm just like creating like super dope content, and you guys are already seeing that. Like, it's coming through in like my TikTok, it's coming through in our team meditations, it's coming through in this. So again, like, this is a shared victory. So thank you again, everyone. Just going over some of the Facebook comments. I haven't checked in on the Facebook in a while, so I apologize for those of you on Facebook whose comments I haven't seen recently. Shout out to Amanda, shout out to Rhonda. Hey Rhonda, if you're still tuned in, I can't see when the comments came through. So yeah, if anybody's tuned in on Facebook, you guys can join in. Yeah, there's 2 people tuned in on Facebook right now. That's good. Stella, you're multitasking. I've been playing Singing Bowl and sending healing energy to everyone. Oh, Rachel, that's beautiful. It's kind of funny because honestly, like, the leading members, theoretically, like, you guys could be like in a voice chat right now if you wanted to. Like, leading members, you guys could literally be like chatting with each other while watching this through voice chat, through the Discord. We haven't been using the voice chat through the Discord as much, and that's just because like we want to be able to kind of like focus on other stuff. We do have like our collaborative work meetings But I do want to be able to get you guys into the habit of getting familiar with using the voice chat within the Discord, and then basically using that as like our ability to kind of like practice having like psychic powers, where like basically, again, imagine yourself on mobile and you just tap into the Discord, and then you're walking around getting some fresh air, but then you're talking to each other through the Discord, and you're just like checking in and just be like, yo, like, you know, like, what are you working on? How's everyone doing? How's the paradigm shifting? That's like a dope idea, and that's like, again, like part of what I'm really excited about. Miss Salvatore, hey Brendan, thank you so much for your time and energy, but it's 4:30 and I haven't slept. Best vibes. Thank you, Miss Salvatore. Salvatore, please, sending energy your way for all I wish to receive. Megan, sorry, I just saw your comment about the Discord. I didn't see that a second ago. So the Discord is still through the link in my profile for those of like on TikTok and on Instagram. It's the same link. It links to my link tree. You'll see the Discord there. Plus, when you sign up onto the Patreon, it will send you the link for the Discord. And then once you guys are on the Discord, just make sure I know your username, and then I can add you as a leading member. So for any of the people who recently signed up, make sure I know your username. Like, just comment in the chat. Just be like, yo, it's me. I signed up for the Patreon. Yeah, and the Discord's like pretty the Discord's pretty important. Like, as a leading member, like, that's where we stay synced up. So like, that's part of the team collaboration. Yeah, my voice is getting pretty sore though, so yeah, we're gonna wrap this up soon. 1 second. Cool. Anyways, I was just saying good night to my bae. Yeah, I'm definitely down to rest. We may just do that. You know what, Megs? If you're signing up for the Patreon, that's totally cool. I appreciate it, but I think for the betterment of my well-being and the fact that I still have another meditation to do tomorrow morning, I think it's best if we just rest. Otherwise, this next reading could go on for like another hour, and I know my throat's like already quite worked out. So thank you, Autumn, for the permission. I think we'll do that. But again, for those of you who are ready to sign up, please, by all means, sign up whenever it works for you. I literally think Megs is signing up right now, so I'm just gonna wait a little bit. Okay, so no more readings. Officially done readings for tonight. But what I am gonna do, I'm just gonna chill out with you guys for a bit. So shifting the vibration, putting the tarot reading away. Whew. And I'm gonna switch it up, and we're just gonna play like a little bit of I'm gonna put some video games on. I'm gonna set this up. 1 second here. So I'm just gonna play it just for a little bit. All right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Megan did just sign up. Thank you so much, Megan. Megan's gonna jump back in here in the chat in a bit, so we'll make sure I say thank you to her. Okay. Give me 2 seconds here. I want to be able to. Cool. Megan, if you're back in the chat, let me know. I'm gonna update that. That's awesome though. Like, seriously, good job, team. Like, we are so close to 150. If anybody wants to surprise me by like signing up in the middle of the night, or like maybe they're watching a recording of this, please feel free. That's so awesome. Megan, if you're back in the chat, let me know. Awesome. Good job, team. Like, seriously, you guys are amazing. Like, again, the fact that, like, what we're doing with the Patreon, though, is also, like, something really cool. Because, again, like, part of what I'm helping other leading members with is, like, creating their own Patreons as well. So the fact that, like, you know, my Patreon, our Patreon is something that we as a community can be like, yo, this is a thing. This can work. Like, other people can create Patreons and it can work for them. Because that's part of what I help, like, leading members with as, like, a conscious media creation coach, is like helping them like create content, and even if they want to, helping them like build community and build a Patreon. Megan, thank you so much. Seeing your support in the comments, super appreciate you adding your support to the Patreon, Megan. And yeah, we'll definitely when you connect to the Discord, just let me know your username in there, and then we can get you synced up as a leading member. And yeah, and even if you want to join on air, the time difference will be a bit of a thing for some of the broadcasts, but even our collaborative meetings, you'll still be able to be involved with that. Like, I know, like, our team broadcasts, like, I think those, well, I guess they'll be in the middle of, I think they'll be in the morning for you. Actually, they'll be in the middle of the day, so it actually wouldn't be too much of a problem. Awesome, Rachel, can't wait to tune in and meditate again in the morning. Good night. Awesome. If everybody here in the YouTube chat or any of the chats, if you guys just want to be able to just like send some gratitude to Megan, just be like, thank you, Megan. Absolutely. So Rachel, 4 readings tonight and 4 signups tonight. Synchronicity. Yeah, good job, team. Megan, I was mentioning earlier, we're gonna wind it down. Like, you can already tell my voice is kind of getting a little sore, so no more tarot readings tonight, but I'm just gonna chill out for a bit, and and I'm just gonna set things up here, just to be able to do like a little bit of gaming just for a bit. We're just gonna chill out here. This is like decompress mode. Whew. And there were some dope readings tonight. So yeah, if some of you are signing off, then yeah, like, now's a good time to just kind of say goodnight. I'm just gonna set things up. I'm just looking for something. Where is it? There it is. Okay. For those of you who are still on, we're just gonna hang out for a bit. So. Alright, so I'm just gonna play some Race the Sun for a bit. I'm gonna turn up this lo-fi for a bit too. So if you guys are still online, please feel free to just kind of like hang out for a bit. We're officially done the tarot readings for tonight. We did 4 awesome tarot readings. Awesome. Thank you again, Megan. Megan, if you're able to, please feel free to join on the on the Discord when you get a chance. Just setting things up here. 1 second, too. Da-na-na-na. Ta-da. All right. Again, for those of you who are just joining in, had an awesome night of doing tarot readings. Thank you again, everyone, so much for your support. Just gonna wind it down with a little bit of some mindfulness gaming. Whew. I'm gonna shut my lights off 1 second. We're just chilling out now. All right, I'll keep an eye on the chat. If you're still tuned in right now, drop a 333. Thank you again, everyone. For those of you jumping off for the night, you guys did an amazing job tonight. Thank you so much for holding space. Awesome. Megs confirmed. Megan, you are officially added as a leading member within the chat. I'm just resting my throat right now. Megan, I'm not sure if you're in the if you haven't yet, please feel free to join the YouTube chat if you want. So again, at this point, we're just kind of transitioning. This is just going to be like a chill out zone for all of you who are here. So just use this as a chance to just kind of like hang out with each other, share good vibes, share some intentions. Yeah, and just enjoy each other's company. So beautiful. All right, we are live on we're live on TikTok and live on Instagram again. Whew. What a night. Great job, everyone. Cool. All right. I'll turn on some, you know what I'll do? I'll turn on the Alan Watts chill step. And then that way you can listen to some Alan Watts. Cool. Thank you again to everybody joining in. I'll keep an eye on the chats and the comments. We did some awesome tarot readings tonight, and now we are just chilling out. So allow yourself to just kind of like be in the vibes of this chill space.
Enormous bang, millions of years ago.
Enjoy passing it to Mr. Watts.
All the galaxies into space. Well, let's take that just for the sake of argument and say that was the way it happened. It's like you took a bottle of ink and you threw it at a wall. Smash, and all that ink spreads. And in the middle, it's dense, isn't it? And as it gets out on the edge, the little droplets are finer and finer and make more complicated patterns. See? So in the same way, there was a big bang in the beginning of things, and it spread. And you and I, sitting here in this room, as complicated human beings, are way, way out on the fringe of that bang. We're the complicated little patterns on the end of it. Very interesting. But so we define ourselves as being only that. If you think that you are only inside your skin, you define yourself as one very complicated little curlicue, way out on the edge of that explosion, way out in space and way out in time. Billions of years ago, you were a big bang. And now you're a complicated human being. And then we cut ourselves off, like this, and don't feel that we're still the Big Bang. But you are.
You are the Big Bang. Two seconds.
You are actually, if this is the way things started, if there was a Big Bang in the beginning, you're not something that is a result of the Big Bang on the end of the process. You are still the process. You are the Big Bang, the original force of the universe, coming on as whoever you are. See, when I meet you, I see not just what you define yourself as, Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, Mrs. So-and-so. I see every one of you as the primordial energy of the universe coming on at me in this particular way. I know I'm that too. But we've learned to define ourselves as separate from it. So what I would call a kind of a basic problem we've got to go through first is to understand that there are no such things as things. That is to say, separate things or separate events. That is only a way of talking. If you can understand this, you're going to have no further problems. I once asked a group of high school students, what do you mean by a thing? And first of all, they gave me all sorts of synonyms. They said it's an object, which is simply another word for a thing. It doesn't tell you anything about what you mean by a thing. Finally, a very smart girl from Italy who was in the group said a thing is a noun. And she was quite right.
back. For those of you who are here, so for those of you who are tuned in, I'll just kind of pop in every now and then. Please feel free to use this as just basically like a chill space to relax. We had an amazing tarot reading earlier tonight, and now we're just kind of hanging out as a community. So please feel free to like share positivities, share blessings, share cool ideas, listen to Mr. Alan Watts talk. I'm just gonna chill out here, play some video games as a little bit like background ambiance, and yeah, just enjoy the vibes. Drop an 1111 if you resonate. So thanks again for being here, appreciate it. Passing back to Mr. Watts.
Instead of saying to you, you should be doing it another way than you're doing it, I would be saying, now find out the way you must do it and go that way. Now this is a general principle of an art, and we will find there is a kind of there are limits to this art and how it can be used and so forth. But once the general principles are clear, there aren't many serious problems left. That if you begin to look at it in that way, you will begin to realize that ecstasy, by one road or another, is inevitable. That indeed ecstasy is, in a way, the nature of existence. There is a universe for the simple reason that it's external. What else is all this violence? It is just like music in this ecstatic thing going on. And you have to be certainly careful in a little way here that any initiation into a deep wisdom is apt at first to demotivate you. You think, what the hell am I doing? And all these projects, building this up and that up, or doing something to save the world, and so on and so forth. Why? That whole thing is nonsense. Yes. If you stick there, that's what they call in Mahayana Buddhism the Pratyeka Buddha. That means the private Buddha, as distinct from Bodhisattva, who comes back into everyday life, as they say, for the liberation of all other sentient beings. Because when you know that all this is all right anyhow, and that the situation is inevitable ecstasy, I mean, you're going to get it one way or another. Then you say, well, what was all the fuss about?
Yeah, that was hard.
The fact remains.
No idea what to expect there. That was great.
That a lot of people just don't know that.
Did you guys like my skills?
And
Drop a 333 if you think I got skills.
Not knowing how to handle hate. And if you are at a certain point, you know those other people are you.
This whole game's like a meditation. Like I imagine you understand that. Like this game requires focus. So like this is literally a meditation of me having my focus in one place. Like if I think about something else while doing this, I don't win, right? That's the beauty of the game. It kind of like forces you into a certain role, and sometimes that role can be for your empowerment, you know?
They're like you had an extended body and all these were nerve ends on the end of it. However, you know also that you can't really show them anything they don't already know. You won't be able to show them anything else. But then the question, what shall I do, has now disappeared. It should have disappeared in the beginning, because there wasn't anything. It was just that.
Feel those close. You ever do that where like sometimes you'll do something like you'll like impress yourself and be like, whoa, that was cool. Catch like a cup while it's falling or something like that. These are all like genuine reactions too. This game's very unpredictable, which makes it good.
Therefore,
focus.
here it is. We'll just call it this. And if you will
Breathe with me.
the going on, which includes absolutely everything you feel.
What? What did that even say? I don't even know what that said. I've never seen that before. That's
Well,
new.
whatever that is what the Chinese call Tao,
Oh, I need sun. Oh no.
what Buddhists call
I have to get
Socialists
more sun.
call that Tao.
Sorry, Mr. Watts. Interrupting.
And it's a happening.
I might not make it. Come on, come on, come on. Be a light, be a light, be a light.
It doesn't happen to you.
Right,
Because where is that?
Gotta get something
You,
quick, though.
what you call you, is part of the happening.
There it is.
Or an aspect.
I'm good.
It doesn't have parts. It's not like a machine. And it's a little scary because
the green things are jumps. Those are very
still
useful.
losing control
They'll
over
save your life. Oh, okay, I gotta jump now.
why should there be a?
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's not gonna
That's
make it.
a very weird notion we have that
Oh, jeez.
processes require something outside them to control them. It never occurred to us that processes could be self-controlled.
I don't see any.
Even though we say to someone, control yourself.
Oh, there's one.
We can always, in order to think about self-control, we split a person in
I'm
two.
done. Ran out of fuel. Damn.
So that there's a you separate from the self that's supposed to be controlled.
You guys,
How
give me
could
some
that
feedback in the comments. Let me know if that was impressive or
be?
whatever.
How can a noun start a
Drop some more 1111s. No, drop some 777s.
That can be done.
Drop some 96s. Surprise me. Just drop numbers.
So you have this process.
That was
which is quite spontaneous.
that was good flying though. Like I know good flying when I see it. That was good flying. That was close. Some of those are like, yo, that was close, right? Sorry, I know the audio is probably like I can't hear exactly. If my levels are too low, just let me know. ELT lightsabers is my weapon choice. We were playing with lightsabers earlier. I got them right next to me. I'm just taking a break. 1 second. Cool. I'm keeping an eye on the chat and everything. So if you guys are here, please just let me know like every 10 seconds. I'm just joking. Drop some comments when you're just something like, yeah, like Kristen's probably just hanging out, Rachel's probably just hanging out. You guys are just like hanging out. You're just like, am I just like in your room basically, right?
Because of it's the universe looking at itself through you.
I want to make the size a bit bigger. 1 second. I want to optimize this for everyone.
So it's just like that snake, you see, that is pursuing its tail. Because the snake can't see its head, like you can't. We always find as we investigate the universe, make the microscope bigger and bigger, we will find ever more minute things. Make
Just
the telescope
making some
bigger
adjustments.
and bigger, and the universe expands because it's running away from itself. It won't do that if you don't chase it.
One second, guys. I'm literally making things better. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, check this out. There. Now you can see more on the screen. You're welcome. Yeah, it's been pretty magical. Feels cool. Feels cool just being each other's company. I know what you mean. Here, let me just
only have to understand
play some more games.
that you can't do anything about
Go, Mr. Watts. Tell him. Tell him the truth, Mr. Watts.
And as they say in Zen, you cannot take hold of it, but you can't get rid of it. And in not being able to get it, you get it. So all these trials that gurus put their students through have as their ultimate object convincing you that you can't do anything. A guru gives people exercises, A, that are difficult but can be accomplished, and B, that are impossible. You'll always be hung up on the impossible ones, but the possible ones you will get a feeling of making progress, so that you will double your efforts to solve the impossible exercises. And then they range things in many, many ranks and levels through which you can advance. This stage of consciousness, that state of consciousness, or think of the degrees of masonry, or so on. Ranks in learning things, the different belts you get in judo and all that kind of jazz. You can do that. And it gives people the sense of competing with themselves or even with others, because of the feeling inside that there is just something I'm missing. And of course, if you are learning any sort of skill and you haven't perfected the skill, there is indeed something you're missing. But in this thing that we're talking about, that isn't true. Because you, as the Buddhists say, are Buddhas from the very beginning.
I should mention, if you guys are watching this and you just feel called to like dance in your room, casually stretch, do yoga, meditate, please, by all means. Like, I'm just like sitting here dancing, playing video games, basically.
And all that searching is like looking for your own head, which you can't see and therefore might conceivably imagine that you'd lost. So that indeed is the point, that we don't see what looks, and therefore we think we've lost it. And so we're in search of the self, the Atman. Well, that's the one thing we can't find. Because we have it. We are it. But we confuse it with all these images.
Thanks again, everyone, for joining and chilling out. If you're listening to this, I just want to tell you that you are seen, you're loved, you're important, and everything that you do matters. So thank you. Back to you, Mr. Watts.
The idea of a difference between matter and spirit. This idea doesn't work anymore. Long, long ago, physicists stopped asking the question, what is matter? They began that way. They wanted to know, what is the fundamental substance of the world? And the more they asked that question, the more they realized they couldn't answer it. Because if you're going to say what matter is, you've got to describe it in terms of behavior. That is to say, in terms of form, in terms of pattern. You tell what it does. You describe the smallest shapes of it that you can see. Atoms, electrons, protons, mesons, all sorts of sub-nuclear particles. But you never arrive at the basic stuff. Because there isn't any.
It's fun to play this game like while dancing and sitting in my chair, just vibing with the music. Like, this is like such a cool experience. Focus. Cheer me on.
What happens is this. Stuff is a word for the world as it looks when our eyes are out of focus. Fuzzy. Stuff, the idea of stuff is that it's undifferentiated, it's some kind of a goo. And when your eyes are not in sharp focus, everything looks fuzzy. When you get your eyes into focus, you see a form, you see a pattern. And so all that we can talk about is patterns.
Thanks, Megan. Oh, I missed that. Oof. I gotta make up for that. You always want to get those pillars. So, like, if you run out of sun, you're like playing. It's like sun-powered plane, and then you're stop, and then you lose. What did I just hit there? That was weird. I didn't even jump. Alright, I gotta focus. Talk later. Yo, grabbed it. Oh no. Eesh. See, this is where I need a pillar. Okay, this bird might drop a pillar. It's a bird from our meditation this morning. Look at it. Come on, come on, come on. Yes. Okay, that's good. I'm okay. I got another chance.
If there is any such thing at all as intelligence
Keep moving.
and love and beauty, well, you found it in other people. In other words, it exists in us as human beings.
Oh no.
And as I said, if it is there in
no.
us, it is symptomatic
Yeah, that thing's
of the scheme
that's
of
hard, man.
things. We
Try to
are
avoid
as
those.
symptomatic of the scheme of things as the apples are symptomatic of the apple tree or the rose of the rose bush.
Yes, Alan Watts. So many birds today.
The earth is not a big rock infested with living organisms any more than your skeleton is bones infested with cells. The earth is geological, yes, but this geological entity grows people. And our existence on the earth is a symptom of the solar system and its balances, as much as the solar system in turn is a symptom of our galaxy. And our galaxy in its turn is a symptom of the whole company of galaxies. Goodness only knows what that's about.
if you guys are having fun, dropping 1111 in the chat. Thanks for being here. Leave a comment of one thing you're grateful for, and then comment on other people's comments.
But you see, when as a scientist you describe the behavior of a living organism, you try to say what a person does. It's the only way in which you can describe what a person is. Describe what they do. Then you find out that in making this description, you cannot confine yourself to what happens inside the skin. In other words, you can't talk about a person walking unless you start describing the floor. Because when I walk, I don't just dangle my legs in empty space. I move in relationship to a room.
It's funny.
So in order to describe what I'm doing when I'm walking, I have to describe the room. I have to describe the territory. So in describing my talking at the moment, I can't describe this just as a thing in itself, because I'm talking to you. And so what I'm doing at the moment is not completely described unless your being here is described also. So if that is necessary, if in other words, in order to describe my behavior, I have to describe your behavior and the behavior of the environment, it means that we've really got one system of behavior. But what I am involves what you are.
Oh no, I might run out of
I
sun.
don't know who
bird.
I am unless I know who you are.
I need that bird to give me the light.
And you don't know who you are unless you know who I am.
Yes.
There's a wise rabbi once said, if I am I because you are you,
You made it.
and you are you because I am I, then I am not I and you are not you. In other words, we're not separate. We define each other. We're all backs and fronts to each other.
Yes. Cool. All right, we're good.
You
Let's
know,
make it 5.
you can't, for example, have 2 sticks. You lean 2 sticks against each other and they stand up because they support each other. Take one away and the other falls.
Don't blink.
They interdepend. And so in exactly that way, we and our environment, and all of us and each other are interdependent.
No, I'm not gonna make it.
We know who we are in terms of other people.
We know who we are in terms of other people. That was close, man.
And this is, again and again, the serious scientific description of how things happen. And any good scientist knows.
The game I'm playing is Race the Sun. It's on Steam. You can download Steam. You could play this game like on any laptop pretty much. You guys could literally play this game. It's called Race the Sun. Download it on Steam. Steam is like a video game platform. So yeah, if you like this idea, you could play this with your keyboard. Like it's just left and right. That's all it like, and like one other button. So yeah, thanks for checking in, everyone. Just checking out the comments real quick, and then I'll jump back and pass it to Mr. Watts. Grateful you are here with us, sending healing, or that was to a person, healing energy. It can be for all of us. Love to you. You are not your demons. You're a divine being of light. Thank you, Rachel, for adding that to the chat. Beautiful. Awesome. Peter is, I'm grateful I found this channel. Thank you. How'd you find it? Just out of curiosity. I'm going to pass it to Mr. Watts.
And you flow into it. Just, for example, as a whirlpool in water, you could say because you have a skin, you have a definite shape, you have a definite form. All right? Here is a flow of water, and it suddenly does a whirlpool. And then it goes on. The whirlpool is a definite form, but no water stays put in it. The whirlpool is something the stream is doing. And exactly the same way, the whole universe is doing each one of us. And I see you today, and I recognize you tomorrow, just as I would recognize a whirlpool in the stream. I'd say, oh yes, I've seen that whirlpool before. It's just near so-and-so's house on the edge of the river. It's always there. So in the same way, when I meet you tomorrow, I recognize you. You're the same whirlpool you were yesterday. But you're moving. The whole world is moving through you. All the cosmic rays, all the food you're eating, the stream of steaks and milk and eggs and everything is just flowing right through you. When you're wiggling the same way, the world is wiggling, the stream is wiggling you. And the problem is, you see, we haven't been taught to feel that way.
That's gonna be a savior. That's like an extra life.
What do I want?
Didn't want to die there. Alright, still going.
The answer is I don't know. When Bodhidharma was asked, who are you? Which is another form of the same question. He said, I don't know. Planting flowers to which the butterflies come. Bodhidharma says, I know not.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
I don't know what. When you don't know what you want, you reach the state of desirelessness.
Death is inevitable, yet expected.
When you really don't.
Ooh, apocalypse.
You see, there's a beginning stage of not knowing, and there's an ending stage of not knowing. In the beginning stage, you don't know what you want because you haven't thought about it, or you've only thought superficially.
In my levels.
Then when somebody forces you to think about it and go through and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other, there's the middle stage. Then you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want? In the end, you say, no, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. But it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want?
What?
2 reasons.
Wait, what?
That you don't really know.
Hold on, this is new.
Number 1, you have it.
No
Number 2,
way.
you don't know yourself.
So cool.
First
Because
person
you never
view.
can.
Okay, I just have to explain what's happening from Mr. Watts on pause. This is like they add levels to this game. People can make levels. This is new. I've never played this. This is essentially obviously inspired by Star Wars, but I guess it's just like flying through Star Wars space. So I'm just gonna do that for a bit. I don't even think it's in levels. It's probably just like an endless flying through Star Wars thing. But I'm gonna that's what you're seeing right now. And then I'm gonna change it back to another game mode. I'm gonna pass it back to Mr. Watts. Again, if you guys are tuned in on TikTok, how many people do we got? We got 1 person on Instagram, 4 people on TikTok right now. If any of you on Instagram or TikTok want to jump over to the YouTube, please feel free. The YouTube generally is kind of like more of a kind of like a central nexus. We try to encourage people to join there. So if you guys want to join there, please feel free. Awesome. Thank you again to those of you dropping by. If you're dropping by, just allow this to just be like a place for you to, again, just be able to like share good vibes, receive good vibes, be in a place where we're just hanging out and enjoying each other's company. So we'll be doing this. I'll be doing this like again, like kind of like here and there, you know, maybe after like tarot broadcasts on a regular or something. I'm gonna put the chill step back on. For those of you who are curious, if you literally just YouTube chill step Alan Watts, you'll find pretty much what you're listening to. There's a bunch of them. That's the thing. So turn the Master Watts back on.
If you know that you do not understand, then you truly understand. For the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, and known to those who know it not.
Oops, just crashed there. Well, it probably gets really hard, actually. That's the thing. It probably gets, like,
And the
really
principle
hard.
is that
I love this.
any time you, as it were, voluntarily let up control, in other words, cease to cling to yourself, you have an access of power. Because you're wasting energy all the time.
This is
in
hard.
Self-defense.
Like, I can see this getting hard.
Trying to manage things.
It's
Trying
gonna
to
get very
enforce
hard.
things to conform to your will. The moment you stop doing that, that wasted energy is available. Therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy available, you are one with the divine principle. You have the energy.
Risky. Let's go.
When you're trying, however, to act as if you were God, that is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and you have to keep everybody in line, you lose the divine.
Alright, I think I got the taste for that.
Because what you're doing is simply defending yourself.
All these new levels, I haven't tried some of them. Oh shit. Overhead view. Oh shit. Yo, this is gonna be hard. Oh, it's so bright. What the frick? Is that a wall? Couldn't even tell. This is new to me. I like it though. It's novelty. We'll listen to some Terrence McKenna eventually.
So then, the principle is, the more you give it away, the more it comes back.
Good night. Good
Now
night,
you say, I don't have
Peter.
the courage to give it away. I'm afraid.
Good night, Pete. Thanks for joining.
And you can only overcome that by realizing you better give it away because there's no way of holding on to it. The meaning of the fact, you see, that everything is dissolving constantly, that we're all falling apart, we're all in a process of constant death.
This episode's a trip.
And that the world they hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two is gone, and all that Omar Khayyam jazz. You know, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the great globe itself, all which it inherits shall dissolve, like this insubstantial pageant fading gloom or wreck. All falling apart. Everything is. That's the great assistance to you. See, that fact that everything is in decay is your helper. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go.
Trying ones and zeros.
Because there's nothing to hold on to. It's achieved for you, in other words, by the process of nature.
Okay.
So once you see that you just don't have a prayer, that's all washed up, and that you will vanish and leave not a rack behind.
Oh shit, it's hard. You can't see.
Really get with that.
What the frick? Frickin' frick.
You find you have the power. This enormous access of energy.
Whoa, I can't see properly. So trippy. What the frickin' frick? I didn't see it. I didn't even see what hit me there. Dude, this is intense. I'm gonna check out. There's the Apocalypse level I want to check. There's probably a bunch of levels. Tatooine? Are you kidding me? What else is there? Kingsway. I think I've played that one. The Last Sunset. That looks cool. Dude, it's... Wow, man. There's so many custom levels. I haven't played, like, all the custom levels yet. That's really cool. Sweet. Alright, I'm just gonna chill out here for maybe, I don't know, 15 more minutes, and then I'll be jumping off here. If anybody wants to sign up to the Patreon, like, even while we're live here, and, like, help us hit 150, yo, that'd be, like, please feel free. Or, like, even if a Patreon supporter wants to, like, increase their pledge or something like that, I mean, that's still not... that's still cool, whatever works. But yes, good night. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Thank you, Kristen, for dropping by. Awesome. Rachel, thanks for holding down the chat. Aloha to playing Cosmic Games. That's what I want to say. Aloha to David. Thank you for joining. Anybody else on any other platform? Aloha as well. Pass it back to Mr. Watts.
And you see the whole hide and seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better and no worse than anybody else's state.
Yo,
because
this
it's like space again.
Can you go up and
which
down?
Planet is in, or which star is in the best position?
Oh shit, that's first person view, of course.
Well, it's all equal.
I had that. Oh god. I forgot there was first person view in the regular. Yo, this is a trip, man. Going first person. Focus. I'm doing the best I can.
Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from a certain point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, there really, from that point of view, there is nothing to do to attain Buddha. Nothing at all.
Oh, that was okay. That makes sense. Yo, what is this? I don't know what to expect here. Jesus. This is beautiful, though. This is like absolutely beautiful. Oh, shoot. I don't even know if the sun sets. Yo, this is so psychedelic. This is beautiful. Plus with the Alan Watts mixed in. Oof. Enjoy this. Oh, you can hit those. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, that's so beautiful. It's like video game DMT. That's a ramp? Yo, you can just go up in the level? Wait.
But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't.
Ooh,
because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for, or think you're looking for, is what you're doing. Is what's called you.
This gives me like memories of my future life as a future past life as a starfighter pilot. Not that I actually know for certain, but it's in my best guess. I'm like, yeah, I was probably a starfighter pilot. Whoa, this is a trip. If you guys are liking this, let me know in the comments. Drop some 1111s. Or just how cool you think this is. Whoa. I'm not steering right now, like I'm not moving. Okay, now I'm gonna move. What is this little thing? I can see something over here. What is this? What are you? What? What did I just go through? Did it activate something? I don't know. Is that a jump? That is a jump. Whoa, that structure was so cool. This is like an alien world, man. My goodness.
Only, of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see.
Whoa.
Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head.
This is so different
is
from
from the optical point of view a blank space. neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything.
You got this, Brendan. Tap into the inner starfighter. Us starfighters, man, we have to have good focus. Like, this is meditation. Like, this is why this makes this mindfulness gaming. Like, everything right now, the meditation is me focusing. Alright, let's do this. Region 4? Whoa. Okay, I'm doing good. Yo, I don't know what to expect. What is that? Oh, how many? Does it give me extra lives? What? Is this thing just gonna keep going? I don't know what to... Yo, this is trippy. Alright. There's things here, I don't know how to predict them yet. I haven't learned them. Like, what? Like, I'm ducking out of the way of this in real life, too. When you move your body, it actually helps you turn more in-game. Everyone knows that. We learned that playing Mario Kart back in the day, right?
And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their heads.
I feel like this is just... I feel like I have unlimited lives.
In India in ancient times called Yajnadatha. And one morning he woke up and reached out for his mirror and brought it over. No head. He was looking in the wrong side of the mirror. You know, he was kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "Gods, I've lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the mirror. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you are perfectly well aware of your head, only not in a form in which you expect to be aware of it. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads.
What is that? Is this like a boss fight? Yo, this is a boss fight.
That wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view on your head.
Am I even moving?
You have an outside view on other people's heads. This is trippy. Because, of course, you're taking an inside point of view.
Oh my god.
But the way in which you are aware of your head,
yo, this is
in terms of
someone made
what you
this,
are
man.
seeing
This
and hearing.
Tripping me out.
Because all sights and
I need
all
to get
sounds
solar energy.
Are what the nerves inside your head are doing.
That's how I defeat it, by getting solar energy.
That's how to be aware of one's head.
Gotta dodge these.
You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference.
That was close as it gets. Okay, I gotta turn this guy all the way like purple or something like that. Need more solar energy. Whoa. Uh-oh. Come on, where's that solar energy? I'm looking for those, like, pillars. Those pillars of light. Oh, no! That was pretty good, though. Death, inevitable yet unexpected. Dude, that was pretty intense. Were you guys impressed by that? Let me know in the comments. That was, like, region 5 of that. That was pretty dope. And again, this is like a custom level build. That was brand new to me. That was so cool, though. Someone should make a Mandelbrot set level. Yo, I feel like that's possible. This is like very like LSD-like.
But that always escapes people, see?
For me, at least.
So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that.
Alright, I'm gonna check another level.
You can be talked into.
Otherwise, I'll get sucked into that.
Weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it,
there's so many levels.
You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous
Apocalypse light.
Inner confidence and nerve finally to say, hey, don't pull that stunt on me anymore. I see through your gaze.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon. Alright, I'm just gonna chill out for just a little bit more and then we'll be jumping off for the night. But I appreciate everybody jumping in. Stay tuned for future live tarot readings. Like, I might be starting to do them fairly frequently. Ooh, that's interesting. I like the sounds of this. I have to try and get to the forest through the city. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is hard. Like right off the bat. Survival.
Gurus are very clever at putting you down. But they're just trying to see how strong you are. Testing you out. See if they can hoodwink you. So long as they can, you see, they're going to go on doing it, because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it to you anymore. Then they'll graduate. And so, one of Rinzai's students, after he saw it, said, well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all. Of course there wasn't. He said boldly and straight out.
This is a quick reminder, if it's past your normal bedtime, make sure you go to bed soon. So I'm going to jump off here. I don't want to inadvertently accidentally keep people up, but I appreciate everybody joining in. I know it was fun tonight, so appreciate you joining and being a part of the party. It'll just be like an ongoing party essentially. So sweet. Still got like 6 people tuned in on YouTube right now. How many people do we got on Facebook? Actually, I think I can check over here. I think just one. Yeah, just one person. I think, which I think it's me. I think it's by default one. Awesome. And I'd be curious to know if there's a way for me to like help my Twitch get seen. My Twitch just doesn't get seen. Not exactly, because I mean I'd rather direct people to the YouTube anyways. So. Alright, good night Stella. Thank you again for joining in and for joining the Patreon and just being here. Appreciate it. Alright, yeah, I'm ready to wrap it up. So for anybody joining on TikTok and Instagram, again, yeah, just closing things down. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna shut things down. I'm ready to wind it up. Cool. Thank you again, everyone, so much for joining. For the people who are still in the broadcast, or even just those of you listening in the future, that'd be like, if you're listening to this very specific part in the future, please send me a DM on Instagram. I'm just curious to know who would watch all the way through. So bonus points to you. All right, thank you again, everyone, for being here. It was an awesome night. I had fun, and yeah, stay tuned for more. Check the links in the profile for the team chat. Join the Patreon when you're ready, and let me know if you have any questions. And yeah, stay tuned for more awesome times. All right, good night, everyone. Good night. Yeah, go team shift. Mission accomplished. All right, see ya at the dream tree. So all right, later, everyone.